The Poker Atlas Tour is returning to Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas from August 20th through September 3rd. Over $2 million in guarantees across 18 big events, including the $500,000 guaranteed Dallas Duel and the $1 million guaranteed title event. Mark your calendars now. For the full schedule, visit TexasCardHouse.com and the Poker Atlas app.
Heck yeah. We got some big poker tournaments coming to Las Colinas, baby.
Las Colinas, baby.
No, that is a really exciting event. Of course, very much looking forward to that one. I will definitely be trying to make it up there for at least the main event, if not for the whole thing. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's Tuesday night. That means it's time for some, I think we're playing 10 1/4 here this evening, which I am quite certain will be 10 1/4 and 50 before long, if not immediately. I'm Aaron McAvoy, hanging out with you out of Austin, and my brother in arms up in Dallas. It's Eric Van Loosen. What's up, my man?
What is cracking? Yeah, I'm excited. Fun stream tonight. I just got done playing a little 1-2 with Slick Rick, who's on our stream tonight. He was splashing around out there a little bit with some friends on the 1-2 game, so hoping he's going to run it up tonight.
All right. Well, we're just getting things started with a PLO flip. It looks like somebody's going to make kings full of tens. Go ahead and scoop that one over in maybe the 9 seed or the 8 seed. As we'll take a look around the table here. I know we've got plenty of familiar faces, as you say. Slick Rick going to be in the mix. Let's see. I see a sport jacket there in the middle, but is that Carlos? Or
that is indeed Carlos himself.
All right, so Carlos in the middle, the usual location. JD is back. J Diggles.
So just, I'm 1 or 3.
We got, let's see, who else we recognize?
Z finished over there. Yeah.
Like I hate chopping.
And maybe some new faces. No 3-coin this week, it looks like.
No 3-coin this week.
That's the way I used to do it.
Saw a couple of names I didn't quite recognize, so we will see who there's. I believe that's Bobby there. Yeah, he's been on before.
And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we're playing 8-handed. I do not see 9 chairs at the table. So
let's see who we're missing. I know Benham is here as well. Don't see him sitting down just yet.
Oh, okay. So maybe we're just waiting on Benham to arrive. As JD going to go ahead and start things off with the sailboats in the cutoff.
Hi, JD. There. What's up, Rick?
As he will raise to 75. Slick Rick says, "Hi there. That's my big blind. I'm ready to defend with the ace-7-0. Here we go. First flop of the night. 4s against the ace-7, and 4s hold through the flop. However, that is not exactly the flop you were looking for.
Oh, battle
most of the time. Slick Rick here, gut shot to Broadway, 1 overcard to the board. Yeah, usually not going anywhere for a single bet, especially something of that magnitude. Does make a call, and we're going to a turn.
Probably. Close to it. I mean, I've never been on the stage before.
We're turning back here.
Probably
a good card for Slick Rick most of the time, as JD is going to do a lot of checking back with jacks on this board.
I just hope one of y'all
definitely bet your ace-x, queen jacks with the intention of betting and calling if you get raised. So you're not going to get raised too much out of the big blind, but still a lot of those jacks going to check. So could have seen Slick Rick go for the lead there. And now after JD checks back, we go to a river with backdoor spades coming in, and just ace high for Slick Rick. Definitely a spot to go for a bet here. See if you can get JD to hold pretty much exactly what he's holding. Similar hand classes all the way up to pocket 9 is going to feel a lot of pressure here, so he does get that one through.
There we go. We got Eugene in the box tonight, one of our great dealers and floors tournament crusher himself. Looking forward to seeing Mr. Eugene in the box tonight. Yeah, I got to play a little bit with Slick Rick, like I said, out there, and I asked him what it felt like to be the second best good-looking Eric at the table, because that is actually his name, is Eric. And he said, you know, it's a first time for everything. So he did concede that, you know, I'm more attractive than he is, but he's a better poker player. I'll give him that.
Oh, okay. Well,
who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? This guy's like a model. I'm kidding, of course. And the rest of the table called me on my bluff, but
it was a good attempt, though.
It was. Made me feel good. That's all that matters, Aaron.
That's right.
What's going on, Mark, in the chat?
Yeah, welcome in, sir.
Let me smell that.
As Z-Fish here going to open the King 10-0 from the low jack. Definitely on the bottom end of the opening range. Going to get 3-bet by JD and defend here out of position with the King 10-0. Definitely a loose defend. Oftentimes, if you are going to open things like the King 10-0, the Queen 10-0, the King 9 suited, that sort of stuff, from the low jack, usually just letting that go to the 3-bet. But Z-Fish here coming to tango is going to flop one over and a gutty, so he will check call. JD continuing on this jack-high board. 3 of hearts now, 2-tone on the turn. Z-Fish will check once again. And if JD's going to bet, he needs to size up here. 835 in the middle. He is going to check instead. Doesn't have a heart, doesn't have a club. And the 7 of clubs is going to come off on the end. Z-Fish here just king high and a whole lot of not much for showdown value. He's going to go for 350 into roughly 850, so a little over 1/3. And JD here, this looks value-y, but it's such a good price that he only needs to be right like 1 in 4 times here. So he's honestly getting a pretty decent price.
You can tell he wants to call.
Doesn't have a heart, doesn't have a club. He's going to make the call, though. And he's like, oh, I don't lose. And not good.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Yeah, nice call there from JD. And you can tell that he's right on the fence there because this is a size that is, you know, yeah, Z-Fish is saying it could be a jack, it could be a 9. It's probably not going to be clubs.
I just
Clubs.
know how good of a player you are.
Go a little bit bigger.
You're capable of bluffing.
There's some history there.
It's a, you know, compliment, really. Wow.
Keep him in the game. He
Absolutely, that's respect. All in with ace high on that board. That is respect.
Several weeks ago,
That
he
was
had a
not a
made hand, he had
bluff.
a
That was
flush
not a
draw.
bluff. That was a mystery.
That's value, wasn't it?
Trying to make out what Carlos's hat says. I believe I can read it. I'm not sure I can read it on air, but we might give that a try here in a little bit. It's very colorful. Colorful in color and language.
I just knew you were going to
Don't
get there.
something, little something. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be a little.
Sneotch.
All right. Raise to 75 with the 75. Walker here on the Queen 9 of hearts. If you're going to play this hand, 3-betting is appropriate, and he'll get it through. Well played, Walker.
It's okay, I was just repatriating Z-Fish's money.
Well, I'm on tilt now.
Love seeing Walker be one of the younger guys that's becoming a regular on our stream and made a really nice appearance on a final table of one of our tournaments as well. So this table is becoming home for him. TCH live stream table here in Dallas, Texas. So love seeing that.
Absolutely. And speaking of tournaments, we've got a big one kicking off tomorrow.
That's right.
Day 1 flights running from tomorrow through Saturday. All of those feeding into day 2 on Sunday. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack, and 30-minute levels on day 1. 250K guaranteed in the prize pool, usually crushing that guarantee. First place being up in the $70,000, $80,000 range. So pretty amazing stuff for a sort of monthly tournament.
Yeah, 4. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to
All right,
There's
here we
Mr.
go.
Venom.
Full ring. Venom will pull up in the 4 seat. Slick Rick opening the action here. The cutoff. Queen Jack of hearts.
Yeah, that's a splash ball.
Bob making the call on the button. 10-0, and Tim going to play his first hand out of the big blind. 2 red 5. Z-Fish sticking around with the suited connectors, small variety. 4 in the window. King deuce behind it. 2-tone on the flop. The pair of 5s is still best. Z-Fish making a pair of 4s on board. And we are going to check through to another king on the turn.
Hey, I got off to introduce myself and you were walking away.
Interesting that Tim does not. Oh, excuse me. He is betting. I thought it had already moved on to Z-Fish there, but he is going to bet here with the 5s. Makes a lot of sense. Z-Fish releases the 4 immediately. perhaps a little bit curious.
No resistance.
Yeah, I mean, you can get yourself into a fair bit of trouble there, going
There she is.
into call down mode with the pair of fours, no kicker,
Bobby, yes.
given that you have no real way to improve going to the river. So it's definitely sort of a snug fold, but was correct in the moment and does make some sense as far as sort of just preventing yourself from getting into too many hero call spots on the river when your hand is very, very weak.
That's right.
125.
Tim.
We had a Mallory sighting. Mallory's the lovely lady that puts together our lineups every week, and we'll share her information throughout the stream. If you're interested in playing this Tuesday night, pretty high stakes game here in Dallas, Texas, this is who you would contact. So shout out to Mallory.
Beautiful. Mallory proof.
Go ahead and throw that up there right now if you're interested in getting on this stream and tangling with some of these boys and gals. We've had a lot of really cool people on this stream, some famous folks and some regular local crushers. Still waiting to get my boy Aaron Money McAvoy on this stream, but I know that's gonna come soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, at some point I would definitely love to, but yeah, it's definitely the nosebleeds for me.
For sure.
And would not be coming in ready to match the stack up to 40K and whatever these guys are doing. Yeah, I mean, 2K min buy, I think it is, and 5K max to start, and then match after that. Yeah, definitely higher stakes, but accessible. Right, Benham here. Sits down, looks tens.
Bunch of pairs.
JD gonna come along. He's even making the call from the straddle with 7-3 suited.
Friend is getting
4 players to the flop.
so they want friends there, and it's like, just want to relax.
Are hot.
I gotta go to
Another
Houston this week.
double paired, double
Until
king
this
paired
weekend
forward.
to Dallas for 3
Benham
days in July.
with 10.
I've been in
That's
Dallas
the
for
best of
more than
it, but it doesn't even make it back to him before Heath is going to lead out, and that is a curious play with the 7-3.
Absolutely. Heath came to tangle evidently tonight.
Yeah, the 7 and the 3 can make a straight, but the 8 does not connect. Now, if that was a 6 out there, 6-5 or a 4, I could see some rationality for maybe getting a little bit spicy, but without the opportunity to turn any straight equity cards, you're really just looking to pick up a heart. Yeah, he is going to give this up after he gets called in 2 spots, and wow, it's going to river the bottom boat here for Z-Fish.
Wow, and just praying somebody has a king.
Why so much? I misread his hand. Why so much?
Hollywood Heath a little bit there, going to let go of that dusty 7-3 of hearts.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's a little bit too steep of a price to get paid by 10s, which really should have paid a reasonable sized wager given the fact that he had the 10 of clubs and checked the turn, right? It's sort of a spot where 10s are in happy call down mode against anything up to sort of hot size bet or maybe even a slight over bet, but once you put the full jam in there,
right,
you can pretty much only call with top of range, and that involves some slow plays with a king, perhaps. Maybe the king 9s of the world that flop trips, bet flop, or don't even bet flop, right? You have somebody donk into you, so you just call.
It's 800 total, right?
Sort of laying the trap or just kind of playing there, and now you get to this river somehow. Yeah, you're just folding.
Targeting a king or the backdoor clubs that maybe somehow snuck in there, but he went for glory. He went for it all, a little too ambitious to start the night off.
Yeah, had someone had a flush, right? The backdoor clubs came in. Had someone backed into the clubs, I think they would have been in a pretty gross spot.
Absolutely.
To lay it down. So I think just going for the max value against that particular holding, guessing that no one had a king given the fact that it checks through on the turn. I don't know. It's a little bit curious, but you can never go wrong with betting large with your best hands, right? It's like even if you don't get called,
so you're gonna be double button.
your head's in the right space, right? When you have your best hands, you should be betting
No nice
big,
hands,
trying to
just
get
like
the
let him
max
muck it.
value.
No,
Just let
absolutely.
him muck it.
So
Another big pair for Benham here. He's got the upgrade to the jacks. Slick Rick's going to 4-bet him, though.
You forget
He's
to push
suited
it on the
ace.
floor, mind you.
Okay.
And
As long
big
as you
flop
show
here
your-
for Slick Rick. Not club draw.
Yeah, when you don't connect with a flop straight or, you know, aces up or something like that with these holdings, this is definitely sort of the second best
lost 3
result.
times in a row
You
last
can-
time we played.
You can continue to represent your 4-betting range across multiple
But I won the splash pot
You've
every
always
single
got
time.
equity
so like, it's like,
to
That was your.
yeah, it's never even.
into
Just lose the game,
nuts.
then win the splash pot. Lose the
And,
game, win the splash pot. All right, let's see.
Goes for the small continue. The size
No,
up
we still
here
had
almost
heat on that.
mandatory on the turn. 8 of diamonds.
Straight flush draw and a full house.
Stack to pot ratio a little over 2, so this is always an awkward stack to pot ratio to navigate. And instead, Slick is going to check. This is very curious. Benham with a natural check back here. Doesn't really need this pot to get any larger. Just wants to show down the jacks as it is. Another 10 peels off. Slick Rick with just ace high and 2 clubs. After checking the turn, I think it's a little bit suicidal to go for the bet check bet line. And he does decide to just completely give it up. And Benham will happily show down his jacks and drag a nice little $1,900 pot. Maybe a little bit of sort of eyebrow raising on the other end of the table from JD and Z-Fish, seeing that the ace-5 of clubs really kind of slowed down there.
Who invited us?
But yeah, Slick Rick gonna give himself some chances to slow down and not just always barrel in spots like that.
Absolutely. Mediocre Poker in the chat saying next week's stream is going to be fire. You'll have to let us know a little bit of info about that because we are not privy to that information yet on what the stream next week is going to be. MJK says, hey guys, I'm coming soon for some Texas money. And we welcome that. And yeah, we know Izzy.
For another 1,000.
Mr. New Jersey himself. Haven't seen him in a hot minute.
JD with an opportunity to flex the button with 7 deuce off, but the game is not on, and he's not going to torch his money trying to show off. Slick Rick ace-5 once again, this time facing a 3x open from the big blind, and he is going to put in the 3-bet. It's at 500 to go. Yeah, these spots are always awkward because Slick Rick is going to have a lot of sort of high-low type stuff in this orientation.
He kept hitting the nut, and I kept
And yeah, defending the queen jack does make some sense. He is going to get bamboozled here. Slick Rick going to flop top and bottom pair, and a whole lot of not much for Walker to work with. So at least he won't take any additional damage.
Every other Slick Rick I know is like Rick or Ricky or Richard. Yeah. Like, I'm Eric. Like, what?
There you go. Nice one. Travis Alexander saying, let's go Heath in the 9 seat there. He says, that's my boy. Well, I'm already liking the outfit he's rocking. I'm a fellow Horn Frog, so love seeing that purple.
See what the summer lines bring?
And Danny Chin, who was at the table with me and Slick Rick earlier, playing in a rather large 1-2 game, says Slick Rick might be one of the worst Asian donkeys I've ever seen. Come on now, Danny. Calling him overrated while he was at the table. It was too funny. They were poking at each other. Nice. He said he's a fraud.
Are you okay?
It's a lot of fun. Of course, Danny's been on our stream before and crushed it.
But that's 25 on the question.
Still waiting to see Mr. Danny get back on our
What do you
stream.
think the over-under for the entire stream is?
Oh, 150?
50 words?
Got to make it a
Questions he asked.
Oh, how many questions? 75.
Do have a feeling this is going to be a fun one tonight. We're just 10 hands in, and guys are talkative already, and looks like we're getting ready for some good action tonight. We'll see how big it gets. Haven't seen the 50 on, but just a couple of hands there. And
true. Yeah, you know, players sort of just feeling each other out, and yeah, usually it takes somebody who's just sort of
you can technically go
a little bit more ambitious about it to sort of put it on and make it known to the other players that they're putting it on, you know, and then everyone else will feel a little bit of peer pressure.
I'm really good at this.
Slick Rick here, gonna go back to the well, 3-bet the last hand with the ace-5, wins tonight's pot. He's gonna 3-bet the 8-7 suited this time from the big blind. Does have to play out of position against the 5-3 of Z-Fish, who is once again going to bet all with a pretty marginal holding. This time he's going to flop it up and down or with backdoor hearts, and it's 3 to a straight flush for Slick Rick, 2 unders to the top card, so
I was in the straddle.
definitely worthy of a continue, and he's going to go for the big size here. He's going to try to win this right here and now. Goes 650.
I think I like opened this guy 3-bet all in for like 15,000. I mean, $1,600 straddle, you know.
Just casual 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, like 32, he jammed like 17K or something. Like, our refill called off in the big straddle. Yep. 7 deuce off, I think.
It was
8-3 off.
Was it really?
Yeah, he got half the pot actually. But he had a small stack.
Hilarious.
Ooh.
Another 9 on the turn, bringing in the backdoor hearts for Z-Fish. He's got a combo draw, and Slick Rick gonna give it up now with a check. Z-Fish can win this with pretty much any size, but I think right around half pot is going to be the standard size, given the stack pot ratio right around 2 here. Kind of go half and 3/4 on a river jam.
Very undongle.
Very undongle.
Yeah. Usually those are his bread and butter.
He did not win. Thank you. That was the hand where he's like, next step.
Go a little bit bigger, going to go for the 2/3, 2/3.
I was like, $1,600 straddle on, you know?
Geometric sizing, always solver approved. Slick Rick will do a little bit of posturing, take one more peek here.
He's ruined a couple good nights for me over WinStar like years ago. I'm talking like 15 years ago. He's ruined a couple good nights for me on just garbage too. It's always garbage.
Yeah. Everybody's got a dong story.
He's been doing it a long time.
Thinking about this one pretty long and hard, wondering just exactly what it is that Z-Fish would have over here.
Or like on the weekend, I go like once a week maybe.
When I started,
before he does decide to let it go.
Or no, 05.
Okay.
05, 06.
Yeah.
And that was
yeah,
like
it is a little bit strange. You know, you don't expect your opponent to have a ton of 9s. Of course, there are several suited varieties of 10-9, 8-9. Available. I guess the 8-9 of diamonds not available, given the fact that.
Alright, Nick Game is on.
Oh no, sorry, the 9 of diamonds is on the board. Yeah, a couple combos available. So.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we were going to see our first $10,000 pot won with an 8 high there. If it went jam, call, and Brick City. Slick
that
Rick.
would have been pretty spicy.
That would have been awesome. Don't know that we've had that on the stream just yet.
I feel like there were a couple of really crazy hands like that back in the Bildo age of a couple years ago.
Some 10 highs, jack highs or something.
Yeah, it's like infinite money went in and it was like 2 flush draws, you know, and it was like basically like the 10 high flush draw versus the 8 high flush draw, and 10 high ended up winning. I think some just completely silly stuff like that happened back in those streams, but yeah, it is very rare for that to occur. Carlos here doing some Carlos stuff, limping the ace-king suited. Tim here raises it to 2 1/4. Walker calls in between, and now the perfect time for Carlos to pounce. And he's going to pounce for a relatively modest amount here. Only makes it 750. And given the fact that Tim can sort of, I was going to say, he can kind of add 1,000 to this pot, recognizing that the player behind him is going to be highly incentivized to call. Not the worst place to go ahead and set mine there.
Right.
He would be in position against the pre-flop back raiser, so if he does flop his set, he you know, he's going to get to play in position and potentially, you know, win a big pot off somebody with a big hand. Anyways, Carlos gets it through.
Lucas Vance joining us. What's going on, man? Says, what's up, TCH? And Rockbass says there's too many hats. Yeah, there's a lot of hats on the table tonight. JD and Rick are the only two, but Rick's got the hoodie up, so he kind of qualifies there. JD got a good head of hair, though. He's going to show it off.
Right.
Keep trying a little sticky today.
Bobby out of the small blind makes a call. Benham in there with the suited Choctaw nuts. 3 players to a flop. Comes jack high. This could be dangerous for Benham. He's going to have top pair, no kicker against the top for JD. And the middle set for Bobby.
Yeah.
So everybody actually connecting with this. JD perhaps in the worst of it, as Benham can probably get away from the top no kicker, facing a bet and a check raise.
Lipstick on a pig.
Not just yet, he says. I got to make a call. Does have the backdoor hearts working, so.
What a way to start the knit button game.
Yeah, and JD here, it's only 300 to call, so he definitely can't be folding, but it's got to feel pretty awkward when Benham makes the call here. And the front door flush, gonna complete. No one controlling a diamond, so it's not the ideal card for any of these players, except for perhaps JD and Benham, who are going to get one street of betting sort of removed from their opponent's strong holding. There we go, checks through to a river. He clubs here, 1,500 in the middle. Bobby with an opportunity to go for small value, and he will, 400. I like the size, I like the decision of the quick fold with the jack deuce. He just really doesn't beat anything there and has JD behind him. JD here in a much more difficult spot.
Sorry, sir, I cannot.
He doesn't even beat like the 10-8s, right? That check raise the flop. Doesn't beat any of the diamonds. He just feels like he's too high up in his range to fold and does pay it off.
Nice hand, Bobby Touche.
Nice hand.
Yeah, definitely could have gotten nastier if either player connected with a second pair on that board.
What?
JD with top on that flop.
I know I had UV.
Nice hand there for Bobby, though. I'm excited, Aaron. We got our tracker back, so we know how many of you folks are joining us tonight across all of the different platforms. And right now, just 27 minutes in, we got just shy of 150. Looks like 137 joining us. So thanks to everyone who's joined us on this Tuesday night.
That's just a taster.
Absolutely. Welcome in. Hope that you guys are subscribed to the channel. If you haven't had an opportunity yet, please do help us out. Hit that like button, and hopefully we'll swell these numbers up over the course of the evening, getting more folks directed in by the YouTube algorithm and whatever other platform you may be watching on. Always appreciate you joining us on Twitch, Kick, and Facebook Live as well. Let's see here. So we're going to go ahead and play hand number 13, and then I'm going to tell you about some more of the tournaments coming up here as Texas Card House flush with big tournaments here in the coming months. So lots of opportunities to win big money, as Bobby going to go ahead and take down the $100 from the button. We already talked about, and we will bring up once again, the even bigger one kicking off up in Dallas, played at both Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Las Colinas. Oh, excuse me, this one just played at Texas Card House Dallas. The even bigger one, 3 day one starting flights starting tomorrow, or excuse me, 4 day one starting flights kicking off tomorrow. 4 days of them. Man, words are hard around here. Anyways, you get your 10 a.m. flight, your 5 p.m. flight over the next 4 days, all leading into day 2 on Sunday. 250K guaranteed in that prize pool. Hand number 14, and then we'll tell you about some more of the tournaments we've got down in the RGB area as well.
Looky there, Mr. Aaron McAvoy is getting a shout out from Mr. Steven.
A true Choctaw duster, absolutely right, Mr. Tixay. I'm not even sure that I'm going to go up there and dust this weekend because I'm so much of a duster that it may not even be worth it. You know, I already know the outcome, right? So.
Shout out to everybody that's up there right now at Choctaw, and good luck if you're up there. I know several folks that have played on our stream, and regulars here at Texas Card House are up there grinding and trying to bank one of those tournaments. So good luck to everybody.
Absolutely. Bertram says, how long until the new Austin room is up and running? Well, as far as I understand, they are just waiting on permits from the city at this point. So the room is ready to go. I believe the staff and the menu, the chef, like all of the things are ready to go. It's just a matter of getting the right permits so that they can actually open the doors. I don't have an opening date to share with you, but it is coming soon.
2059 was it? I think we said
2059. You are exactly right. Yes, we're only a mere 35 years away. 3 players connecting with top pair here. Z-Fish on flopped gut shot and backdoor clubs. No one improving on the turn. 7 of hearts. Check over to Heath here. Top pair, virtually no kicker, and with all of these callers on the flop, I really am not so sure about building this pot any further. That 7, not a good card for you, as it's unlikely that any of the callers on the flop are going to have that 7, but Venom is the most likely player to have it.
Rip City.
He's still left behind to act. He shoves it in, which gets the best hand to fold. Ace Queen is gone.
Smoked. Kitty games down the street. I mean, I think I have the best hands.
Kitty games down the street.
And that wasn't even from Venom. What was that?
Yeah, that was, I think that was
like 46
just some shade being thrown.
So I think it's all. Did you write the 800 already?
No, sir.
And yeah, this is the danger of betting a hand like Ace-8 with that player left to act behind, is you're going to get yourself into some spots. He also has the 8 of diamonds, which is really not good. If his opponent is ever bluffing, you'd want him to have some sort of combo like 8-6 of diamonds.
Yeah, like you said, with the Ace-8 there, building this pot, you know, may not have been the best idea, and he's going to get jammed on for 43.65, so it's either lose 800 or potentially lose your stack here.
Yeah, the Nick game is on, so there is some additional sort of bluff equity that you have to consider, but this was a 4-way hand going into the turn here. Check, check. Heath bets. Venom jams into 2 players with action remaining, as well as Heath, right? This is very unlikely to be a bluff. Oh, but Heath is going to make this call. He's going to need a king, a queen, perhaps another 8. No more aces coming. A 7, right? Or just the 8 to get bailed out here. 81% favorite for Venom. Ace Jack.
You know, I don't care. You can do it.
I mean, how many times do you want to run it? All right.
Please don't.
2 times. All right, we're running.
I'm already violating my 1 or 3.
I mean, it
already.
already. He was standing this ground. 1 to 3 for me, guys.
King gonna get chopped for 1 board and a 5. So Heath is gonna get quartered.
That kind of sucks.
So still a good win here for Venom. He's gonna get half of Heath's stack, plus 3/4 of what is in the middle already.
Yeah, I heard Heath say he prefers to go 1 or 3, and we've yet to go 3 in this room that I know of. So it looks like he'll be a one-timer for the rest of the night there.
Yeah, the going 3 times, I understand it. At least there's a winner or whatever. There's some sort of logic to it. But it's such an obnoxious thing to try to count out. And imagine if we were here and they'd ran it 3 times, and now they're trying to figure out how to do this correctly with one of the boards getting chopped and then Venom winning the other 2, for example. So you can do it where you're like, okay, this guy actually gets 1/3 of this guy's stack and then 2/3 of what's in the middle. And it's not so complicated, but it's just obnoxious.
2185.
Tim's boss hopping in the chat. Says he called in sick to work today. What the heck?
Take one red back.
Steven, absolutely, dude. I'm right there with you. I literally had this happen to me last night. I was playing, and you know, we get it all in on the flop. I have middle set. My opponent's on top pair of flush draw, and he's like, once or three, or one time or three times, and I'm like, doing it once then. Like, you know, I might entertain two if I like you, which I did like the guy. Very good guy that I play with regularly.
No thrice.
I'm not running it 3 times. Those are my options. We're ripping. I'm usually the guy that runs it once anyways, but if, you know, if the other guy wants to do it more than once, I'll entertain 2 from time to time, but definitely get those 3 times out of it. All right, pot chopped up, and a healthy little profit there for Benham, and Tim going to be pretty disappointed that he folded the ace-queen there.
Cool Steam in the chat wants to know why the ace-queen was folded. You want to do the honors, Aaron?
Yeah, so you've got 2 players that are representing strength, and remember this was a 4 way to the flop and to the, or excuse me, 5 ways to the flop, 4 ways to the turn action. So your single pair holdings really start to shrivel up in these spots, just because you can imagine that when that many other hands are involved, it's just very likely that somebody has improved on that turn 7, especially when you see a bet and a raise all in front of you, right? Yes, they can be doing that with slightly worse holdings, pretty much exactly the ace-jack that Benham had there. So that's like the one hand class that you're like, okay, I beat that. There are the ace-jacks of the world that I beat. And then there's all of the 7x, there's all of the bottom sets that have now made full houses. Yes, there are some diamond combos that you beat, but I think he had the queen of diamonds in his hand. I could be mistaken about that, but basically, I think it's a very reasonable fold. It might be, you know, a little bit player-oriented as to whether or not you think Benham is able or capable of jamming with some lighter holdings. Once again, kings are super hot here. Now we've got 3 of them on board. But yeah, I think that it's a relatively snug fold, but definitely makes some sense given the dynamic. I think we've all experienced this in, you know, if any of y'all in the chat are sort of low stakes players. See a lot of limping, a lot of single raise pots with a bunch of people calling, and your top pair second kickers are going down in flames pretty regularly if you just like pile all the chips in. Just because someone's gonna have 2 pair, you know, somebody's in there with Jack 5 suited and they drilled bottom 2 pair, and now you're up against it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I love the input from both Steven and Rogbass here, talking about being a dealer and kind of that situation that puts you in, having to do extra work, often for no extra money. Slows down the game for everybody else too. Of course, these players are paying for their time here in Texas, so we prefer to see max pain on these live streams anyway. We like blood.
Yeah, and Steven's like, well, I don't want to chop. They say, you're absolutely right. It's like, just run it one time. Like, the 2 times is nice because you sort of smooth out your variance a little bit. And if that's what somebody wants to do, okay, you know, more power to them. It's their money; they get to do what they want as long as everybody agrees that's in the hand. But yeah, I have definitely leaned much more heavily into the run at once category.
That's what I like.
You don't have to deal with any of this chopping stuff. You don't have to watch, you know, the first board run out clean, and then you end up chopping because the second board was bad, and you're like, damn it, why didn't I just go once? And of course, you can go the other way. You just get rid of all that shit. Rip it. Just rip it. Find out. MJ says 4,600 tough to call at that point. Yeah, I mean this is a bet of 800 into into 3 opponents, then a jam into the remaining 2 opponents plus the original raiser. Yeah, that looks really strong. Yes, he can have some bluffs, but I don't know. Ace queen, just let it go sometimes.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
You know,
He's gonna get this one
no matter what I was
with
doing.
this blackjack hand.
You knew no
Gets rid
matter
of his
what
nip
I was
button,
doing.
and just like that, we're down to
I was
like
pretty
what,
sure he was
1,
raising
2,
no matter what.
4 players still with a nip button.
He had a backdoor
Nothing.
pair draw.
He needed runner.
Backdoor 2 pair
nothing.
draw, actually, or trips. Backdoor trips draw.
He was wrapped around the pot.
Yeah.
He was wrapped around the
It's around the pot.
Can't tell if Bobby lost his or not because it's right under
That was
feel
all
bad?
Gene's
big.
elbow there.
Made you feel a little better?
No, not
So
really,
might be 5 of them left.
to be honest with you. I mean, I'm happy it was you, but not really.
no. Absolutely.
The one in the 1 seat for Walker definitely still.
Oh, it's Walker. That's right. Not Bobby.
Yeah, I think Heath has gotten rid of his. JE with a nip button, not going to call the 150 and play queen jack from the small blind. Heads up then to a flop.
Yes,
Taking
please.
a couple of threes. Ace 10 still best.
Could I get a green tea and then, glad that was empty. And then, could I also get,
Not much changing here on the 7 of spades. Slick Rick here could go for just sort of a small equity denial bet slash value bet against a weaker piece. But
can I give you
yeah, just hoping to get to showdown, see if he can just take this one down with minimal effort. He's going to face a bet of 200 on the end.
I just turned
about
slipped in my
half pot.
backpack, hit the trash over there.
Yes, the king isn't the best card that you want to see, and wow,
Usually
I
what's
did not
usually
expect Slick Rick to fold there, but
Oh, you were thinking.
I didn't know if he was going to either, but in a game with stakes these big, the stacks as big as they are, sometimes you just hate paying somebody off, but thought it was a pretty fair price there with an ace high.
Goodbye to live.
I'm not giving that to you. I know what you like.
Oh, it would have been tough, though. I'll tell you right now. It would have been tough.
No. Slap me with it all the time.
all right, 10-25 and the 50 on here.
Raise 150.
Venom, Jack 10 suited with a nip button. Definitely a spot for him to bump this up.
Raise 450.
Z-Fish getting out of line here. Doesn't even have his
Hammer
nip
it
button.
again. Treat it like I treat Bobby.
6 deuce
TC,
off
baby.
suit. I mean, presumably
Like a
these
little
cards
bitch.
have been scanned correctly, but this
Some
is
days.
just pure
Other days, not so much.
suicide.
I did call you heads up with 10 high at one point. I was right, but I was wrong. I lost money on that one. Got real foolish when Queen got flipped over.
Ace 4 off
Especially
suit.
when you
Slick
got
Rick
12.
gonna re-suicide.
That's the worst.
Makes it
That's the worst.
1,200 to go.
I think maybe.
You got it. You show the oh, never mind.
Maybe.
Never mind.
Little poker game broke out on a Tuesday night.
Oh, Z-Fish does have his nip button over there, so this is Slick Rick just being like, no, you're going to be 3-betting really wide, and a 4-bet is just going to push you off of so many hands in late position there.
No ABC today?
And yeah, very much
Today's war.
with the right reads here. Back-to-back hands for Slick Rick,
Absolute
making
total 4.
really good reads.
No mercy. No mercy.
No mercy.
No mercy.
It's all or nothing. That's it. No in between. Raise 75. Oh, 75. Oh.
Rick, you gotta scan your cards, buddy.
75. Go. All right.
Slick Rick with 1 card scanned.
Yeah. The blues are thousands.
Blue looking thing.
These are 500. And hopefully we only see them from Z-Fish tonight if they come out, but there are $5,000 chips, like bright yellow.
Check.
Jack
He's
7
putting that out there.
here.
He's putting that out there.
Top pair,
Just willing it.
8 kicking
Willing it into
just like the best
You gotta,
hand here.
speak it. You know?
Slick Rick does have one unscanned card, could be a jack, but he's out of there, so definitely not a jack. Z-Fish continues with a really bad holding here, just trying to sort of brute force this one through. Carlos does get out of there with the overcard. Backdoor straight and flush draws. 3 of hearts on the turn. Changes nothing, as it will never, as Z-Fish here just on the full-blown nothing burger. And yeah, he's just going to have to shut this one down now. Cool Steam in the chat says, seems like Slick Rick really likes hands like Ace-X, and those are the good hands to raise with. I mean, oftentimes you'll see players sort of limit their squeezes to suited wheel aces, but you can definitely mix in the unsuited ones to great effect, but of course you always have to be careful about becoming unbalanced. Not saying that Slick Rick is doing that, but if you do choose every unsuited combo to do that with, you are going to be bluffing a lot, and your opponents will start to pick up on that.
I mean, okay.
Supposed to raise
I mean, okay.
Nice.
All right.
I've seen that shit before.
He says, okay. I can call that much.
For an $800 hammer to come out there.
Oh, if you would have raised, you would have gone the $800.
Well, that's why I didn't raise. I've already been out kicked once tonight. I don't want that to happen again for a significant part of my stay.
Z-Fish trying to get a little creative there.
No mercy. No mercy. No mercy. $75.
Heath having none of it.
No mercy. Taking no prisoners.
No prisoners. Alright, let's see if we're gonna get lucky. Oh my god. Did you say I can fold?
Folds to Walker on the button. He has a nip button and a blackjack hand.
That's it. No.
Raise this up.
2 weeks.
And it's down to Benham to defend. He's got 10-3. Not good enough.
Can't do it.
For $100.
Can't do it.
And he's going to watch Walker get rid of his nip button with 7-4. He'll probably feel a little bit silly for that one, but still a couple of players here, 4 remaining with the nip button. As, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at another upcoming tournament series that we've got. This one down at RGB. Kicking off just in 2 days, July 25th through August 5th.
Well, he paid you enough
Bunch
last time I was
of
on here to buy
chances
some.
to get into day 2 here. $200 buy-in, 100K guaranteed with 25
realize that, right?
of that guaranteed first place. It'll be a Texas Card House in Grand Valley, the Valley Poker Open. Go to TexasCardHouse.com, or you can check us out on Poker Atlas for more information on structures and time.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. If you're looking for an excuse to go down to the coast and play some poker, 25K guaranteed first place prize for a $200 buy-in. That's pretty dope. Go down there and check it out. You're just an hour away from South Padre Island and down there in the valley, home of good food and pretty ladies. Go get it.
Middle set here for Heath. Top pair up and down and backdoor straight flush opportunities for Z-Fish. Bottom pair for Benham and Bobby with 2 overs and a gutty. So some chances for a couple of these players to stick around, but it looks like the speculative ones are out of there. Set and 7 to a Queen of Spades on the turn.
As long as
Not
I get, you know,
hard
the read
that
every once in a while, I'm okay with
Z-Fish
spreading
was
it.
looking for.
Jack 9 would have improved to a double gutty, but he's out of there, so just
Where are you moving to?
2 here, heads up.
Okay. And what made you
A
do
little
that?
over 1/3 pot here on the turn.
like a
Stack
great
pot
idea.
ratio is relatively low, so Heath is going to need to bump this up to get all of the chips in the middle by the river. He's going to essentially min click
Well,
here.
it sounds like a great fantasy.
375
I
up
hope the
4
reality is the
1/4
same.
more. This is going to be pretty weird, and Z-Fish not going to like it, but
Okay, well,
top pair in
as
the
a
open ender,
contingency plan. Yeah.
definitely not folding.
Yeah, use it a little bit.
How much
and then
works the
make some
RV
money.
need? How much works the RV need?
The issue here, not particularly large, is that if Z-Fish calls, pot's going to go up to 24.50, and Heath is going to have 27 behind. So it's going to be a slight overbet if he decides to go for all of it on the river. Would have maybe liked to see him raise just a little bit larger so that that river jam is not quite as large in relation to the pot, but he gets a favorable card here on the end, the 3 of hearts. Nothing gets there that wasn't already there. And rather than go for the big size, he's actually targeting sort of a holding like Z-Fish has here, giving him a very good price. Z-Fish only needs to be right 1 in 5 times here to have a break-even call. But God, are you ever good with an 8 and a 7 kicking, right? Like, God, what do you beat? Ace 7? 10-7? I don't know. Not a lot of opportunities to find a bluffing candidate.
That's a funny thing to say.
King 7 of spades or something? But if you're bluffing, why would you bet so small?
So it went well, I take it.
Seems sort of odd.
Yeah, and you can tell he's perplexed. He's just thinking, yeah, I could possibly get rid of my knit button here. There are 3 left, though, so not as pressing.
I don't know if I want to shove.
You don't know if you want to shove? I mean, you can find out real quick if you want to know.
He says mess around and find out.
Yeah, kind of a lot of chatter there from Heath, usually indicating that he's rather comfortable.
Let me know when you get a
Of course,
read.
you can sort of get good at the table talk thing and be able to do it well while you're bluffing, but
Thank you.
Z-Fish here is going to make the correct fold.
Z-Fish still smiling, looks back at Mallory, says, I'm getting crushed. Ah, you're not getting crushed. The night is young.
Yeah. You in the RV yet or no?
Did the girl look at you and say you're bluffing? I wanted to say
And
that,
if you're
but I
not down at
couldn't
the
say
RGB,
I would
for the
love
No,
upcoming
no, no. He made a
tournament,
comment about. He said.
and or you
whenever
just
you made
want
that
to
bet, he
come
said
up
Z-Fish
to
looks like the
Dallas.
last girl he asked to marry.
Poker Atlas Tour coming in August through September. August 20th
I thought
through
that's what
September
Carlos says.
3rd. 18 events totaling up to over $2 million
How the
in
projects go, you know?
guarantees.
Fix all the little
Those
things.
events will be played at both TCH Las Colinas and Texas Card House Dallas. So many good tournaments coming up there at the end of August to early September. Check it out on the website.
That was one motion, just another motion. Just like,
What did Carlos say? Carlos said something?
MJ asking, why is Heath taking? I mean,
Talking, yeah.
He said he
Oh,
was
talking.
going to marry you.
Oh,
he said
I
you look like his
see.
future wife.
Yeah, you have to be really good at it to be able to balance
Typical
between
Carlos,
talking
typical
while
Carlos.
you're strong and talking while you're bluffing and giving off the same vibe. Some players can
Guess
do
what
it
your joke was.
with great effect. Others find it very challenging. I do not even attempt to do either.
I'm
I
decent.
just sort of
So,
keep my mouth shut,
hand signals
pick a
work
spot
very
on the board or a spot on the table to stare. Let your opponent do the talking if they want to, but each their own. Ace high here for Benham is best, facing a bet from JD here on the turn as JD picks up the gut shot to the king high straight.
Oh, is it opening ceremony that starts Friday? Or
spades come in.
The athletes walking into the main arena, they're going to float.
But I believe it was check flop, so JD just starting to bet on the turn here. Definitely represent a jack here.
Just like the river
fuck, I don't really know if a jack ever bets, even ace jack. And yeah, JD's like, I just am never getting this through, so I give up.
Ace high is good. Benham takes that down, gets rid of that knit button. Doug R. Up there shouting out JD, saying he's stood the test of time. He's been on these live streams for forever, it seems, and definitely his presence is felt on the table. And when he's not there, it's felt too. He's definitely kind of our head honcho, the Don Corleone, or as MJK says, Joe Daddy. Yeah, but
I do apologize. It looks like we're having some issues with the stats popping up at the bottom of the screen there. We'll have to get the technical team on that, but not seeing any of the VPIPs, stack sizes, any of that stuff populated here.
Try to get that rectified.
Please keep it down.
Cool Steam wants to know what the buy-in is again. It was the start of 2K minimum up to 5K max, and then it is match the stack after that. So anybody that gets up over 5,000 sort of sets the new high bar of what the other players buy in for.
Yeah, I think everybody bought in for 5K tonight. Maybe one player bought in for a little bit less, 4K or so, but I've already seen a couple players add on to their stack, so.
Been meaning to get one of these forever. I'll just go down to like a home.
6 deuce deuce here. Good flop for Carlos.
Maybe
high.
sporting goods store probably have it.
Fish here going to start barreling, seeing if he can get his opponent to fold an ace high, and wow, Carlos just lets it go.
Groove, I like legit hand. I wear them all the time nowadays.
As
which is fine, but they do wear out eventually.
Show down the king queen. Release the knit button, and Carlos is like, oh shit.
Go down the drain.
Down to 2 players with the knit button. It's Tim JD, who is the weakest link.
I think when I bought this one, I bought like this one. And then like one of them did like break, and like I think they almost do have a lifetime warranty. I haven't had them replace like one or they break or start tearing or something for some reason.
Friends or family?
What I don't understand are those guys who get like titanium ones or something like that. Like
tungsten.
Yeah, or tungsten. Yeah, tungsten or something. Yeah, where it's like almost it can't be clipped on edge. Your finger gets broken or something. Like you're just screwed. You're just screwed, man.
You squeeze it in it. It's like
if your finger goes sideways with that ring on, like it's gonna be painful to get that thing.
Tito, what location is this? Texas Card House, Dallas.
No, they literally squeeze it with pliers.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, it cracks.
There's some kind of metal that they, it's just like you need something more specialized or sharper, like diamond edge or something like that.
All right, $125 4 ways. Another low paired board, 4-4 deuce. JD flopping the gut shot deal draw, but checks all the way through to a jack of spades now on the turn. Still no one with a pair, but Benham does pick up a flush draw.
225. Oh.
2.25 from JD. Benham makes the call.
Hey Bobby, I will say this compared to the home game, I don't have to be like, it's on you. It's on you.
And it's another spade on the end. Benham gets there.
That is correct.
JD with just ace high, but
a
kind of gross run out here. Doesn't have a spade. Certainly the he does have one. I think it's a mandatory bluff spot, but yeah, he's going to just sort of give this up as being out of position against a player that can have all kinds of hands that are going to call you. He looks like a pretty rough spot to go for it.
Yeah, but
5, 10, yeah.
they're not serious.
We just got moved up from the kiddie table at Thanksgiving. It's our first time sitting at the, with all the adults. It's a good feeling.
Yeah.
And then I realized when you have kids, you go back to the kiddie table.
So Ben, I'm going to take that one down, betting the river, and of course, not getting a call from the ace high.
I won't be here this weekend either.
JD.
I got a wedding to go to.
Tim here now on the button.
Can I contract travel for that thing here?
And JD in the big blind. Going to be an interesting dynamic here as these two players still fighting over the nit game.
To be honest.
Good thing you go. You don't like tournaments.
Not really.
It's an ass whooping.
I get the appeal of them, but like,
I mean, you just got to change your mindset. You got to hunker down.
You got to be ready to get ran over 90% of the time.
I mean, watching this main event this year was, it's like watching paint dry.
Yeah, it's such a different game.
Yeah, it's a grind.
3 players.
All right, 3 players going to a flop. JD is not one of them, so Tim here with an opportunity, and he is going to flop bottom pair and a gut shot. Top and bottom pair for Carlos, and an up and downer for Slick Rick, so definitely could see plenty of chips go in here. Everybody with something to work with. Carlos betting 200. Tim coming along, and back over to Slick Rick here. Up and down straight draw and the overcard. Yeah, don't need to go crazy here bluffing with a hand this strong. Does just make the call, and queen of clubs on the turn changes nothing. Carlos still with the best of it, far and away. About 3/4 of the equity. Carlos going to continue betting, this time a smidge under half pot, about 40% pot. 10-6 of diamonds is out of there after not picking up any additional equity. Slick Rick here going to go ahead and peel one off. And gets there. 5 of spades on the end, completing the straight for Slick Rick. And it was going to be pretty weird for him to play this one out of position no matter what happened here. Let's see what he's going to do. Seems like a mandatory lead. But would he have like bluff led the river if the king peels off, or what exactly was his plan, I wonder? As it stands, he is going to jam for, God, not quite 2x pot, but it is a large overbet. Carlos is going to ditch the 2 pair.
Shows the ace.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously a great result there from Slick Rick to actually make the best hand and win the pot there, but I mean, was his plan to ever donk, lead, jam, bluff the river? I don't know. I'm curious.
How do you want that?
You can do better than that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely seen a few hands tonight early on where there was definitely some value missed. Players kind of going for it all early on.
Yeah.
And we do have our 10K tournament going on, by the way, folks. If you are in the area and got that itch to come play poker, we have a 10K guaranteed black chip bounty tournament. I think registration ends at 8:30, so still another hour and a half. The room is full. We got cash games galore going on out there at our TCH Dallas location where we're streaming from tonight. So if you are in the mood to come play some cards, plenty of poker action for you to enjoy.
Depends on the lineup. Usually no, but sometimes. I feel like we might be players after a little Back in the day, I used to run all night.
Walker here getting spicy from the straddle position, facing this under the gun open from Slick Rick and 2 calls in between.
I understand.
Slick Rick, the only
I was thinking
opponent
by
that
last
he
week,
really
actually, but I just got
needs
back
to
from
get
dinner,
through.
and
Will.
It's also family, which is good, but always like.
Is it your dad or your wife?
My dad.
Your dad.
Him here.
Nice bet,
Let's
Walker.
go. Walker will take him down.
Nice bet.
And the knit game continues. JD and Tim still have not won a hand.
JD was our 2-time back-to-back knit game loser last week, which was rare. I think he was under threat to lose it for a 3rd time and was able to get rid of it last week.
50 times.
He is trying not to repeat that tonight.
Never as like an adult where it's just like, you know what, like I can go like out drinking downtown. You know? So he did some of that. It was fun.
How's the weather over there?
It was good. It was hot, but hot and sticky, you know.
Phase 170.
Savannah, Georgia.
Carlos not going to limp his ace king here from the low jack. Going to bump it up
I landed
to
like
175 on the $50 straddle. Yeah. Choosing a rather poor time to raise, at least from the current perspective.
I'm from North Florida, South Georgia.
6 off here. Definitely understand the rationale here is he would love to get rid of his knit button. He is going to get JD to lay down. It was currently the best hand. The pocket 4s go into the muck, but when it gets back to Carlos, almost certainly will not be folding. Will he put in the 4-bet though, or just call and play the ace king from out of position? It is going to be the latter. And we'll go heads up to a flop. About 1,100 in the middle. Tim with the betting lead and position.
The places don't even close down. That's too much.
And it comes 9 high, so actually the ace-6 here may just find a way to barrel through. But Carlos, who is always capable of sort of navigating these spots in an unorthodox manner, is going to at least start with a check call of 400, continue to a turn. 8 of spades, still no improvement for the ace-6, ace-king holding for the moment.
Got the hard drive or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think it's good.
You know what Keller is?
Cool Steam wants to know what happens when you lose the knit game. Well, you have to pay out a certain amount, paid out as 2 splash pots. I believe it's going to be $800 that goes into 2 back-to-back splash pots of $400. And so you do have an opportunity to win your money back, but Tim here not going to be losing the knit game if we get to showdown, as he is going to river the best hand, but does have to deal with this bet of 1,000 from Carlos on the river.
Yeah, which just is going to make 0 sense to Tim here. What are you flicking $1,000 chip out there with on a 6 river?
Some massive private games in Miami too.
Well, Carlos could definitely have some pairs here, right? This is open 3-bet call, check, bet, call, check, check, and now Carlos leading the river after the betting lead was sort of given up by Tim. So he can have some 10-9 suited, some 9-8 suited. Like, really, there's all sorts of stuff. I mean, this was also a rainbow flop, so even something like pocket 9s, maybe even pocket 3s or deuces could have stuck around and not gone for a check raise, just because the board is so dry. You're just hoping that your opponent has an overpair and is going to continue barreling, right? Sort of check raise them later on. Tim is going to make the call and shows the 6 on the end, and Carlos is a little bit sick there. That the 6 came off the deck.
Breathe, Timmy, breathe.
So JD is the weakest link. He is the knit, and he's going to have to splash the pot to the tune of $400 twice.
No surprise. It's just like last time we played.
Bail down on the river.
400 in escrow. No.
JD tries to give his knit button back. And,
yeah. Walker throwing a little shade. Walker saying, just like the last time we played, buddy.
Love it.
Yeah, what was the hoodie that we had last week? The guy that was wearing the hoodie that was like the anti-knit, and he ended up losing the knit game. And had the lowest VPIP.
Yeah, by far the lowest.
By far, yeah.
Yeah, the anti-knit campaign or whatever.
The anti-knit campaign, that's what it was. That's right.
Low VPIP the whole night. Pretty funny. All right, so the first of two $400 splash pots here. As the pot is going to be incorrect by a little bit, as we won't be able to factor that in. 5 players gonna see a flop. Every Broadway card represented, and no Broadway cards on the board. It's 3 8s. Ace 10 high for Carlos, currently the best. Lucas wants to know, does TCH still stream a 50-100 game? No, I mean, when the straddles get up, you know, pretty chunky, you know, sometimes we'll see the 100 come on and sort of stick when a lot of chips have been distributed around the table and players have been matching up, but we don't run a dedicated 100, or excuse me, 50-100 game. Bobby betting the flop with the Queen 9 of clubs, now picking up a flush draw, still with 2 overs to the 8s and now unders to the top card. But he's going to continue barreling, and that'll get Carlos to lay down the best hand.
Nice hand,
Bobby going to drag a nice one with the Queen high, getting through.
Heading what? 3? All right, Carlos at a 3.
Got Poker Monkey joining us in the chat, gambling and bricking on his first attempt. It was very nice seeing you earlier. Hope that you and Captain Underpairs are going to have a good live stream tomorrow night.
Yeah, looking forward to that too, Poker Monkey. Lots of dad jokes, I'm sure. Yeah, feel free, Poker Monkey. Hit us with a little sample of the funny poker shenanigans that you're going to have for tomorrow night.
Can you be on tilt if you're always on tilt? That's my question. That's the philosophical question. Can you be on tilt?
Sure, you can go on ranges until.
What if I'm at 11? Like, have you seen that Spinal Tap? Yeah, but this one goes to 11. Yeah, well, what if you just made the increments to 10 higher and made 10 the highest, but this one goes to 11? Have you ever seen that movie?
See, JD, what you didn't realize, you jumped out of the frying pan into the fire with this guy right here.
So it's one of those securities like Best in Show. Or something.
I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
You're
down I'll do it.
Take a break.
Yeah, I'll take a break. Good. Good trade.
Look, Rick here deciding
yeah, it's like a
how to proceed here. He's going to jam
falling around.
7,800.
Look at the smile.
Stacks left to act.
I want to flip. I want to flip, but I won't.
Punish him.
Slick Rick. Wow, that is a power move.
Who taught him that one, I wonder?
Monetizing?
That's how I think it was.
He did a very similar thing in our 1-2 game we had going just a couple hours ago. There's probably $100 of dead money 5 ways, and it got back to him, and he was already grinning and ripped it for, you know, 700-800, and everybody folded. I think he had the Jack 4.
Give JD a breather, you know, recover. He's still got
Yeah, you have to be careful about that one. It does work a lot just because people are uncomfortable about putting their entire stack in with a lot of hands.
Earlier, the whole table was shaking because your knee was doing this. Okay? The whole table was like.
For sure.
I have zero doubt that's true.
I know it was true.
Yeah.
You were 100% vibrating over there.
I'm a twitchy person. If I build up a stack in Vegas,
Well, JD just added 4K to his stack, so these stacks are going to continue to keep on getting bigger.
You're not the guys with the stacks like this.
Yeah, I think JD saw Slick Rick jam his 8K into the middle and was like, oh,
okay.
He's jamming 8K, I need to cover you.
Give me a nice little square, nothing bad to
No.
All right, Slick Rick continues with the aggression here. He's 3-betting the king 7 out of from the button. Walker makes the call.
Like this, you have like
2 queens and a tray on board. Pretty decent flop here for Walker, but it's a flush draw for Slick Rick, and he is not going to slow down.
Can't do it either. Every time I try, I forget. I just hit it this way or hit it this way. Like
I'm so
used to not having like a tower, so like I try one time, I just slap it. Never mind.
A call from Walker. 1600 in the middle to a turn we go. Deuce of diamonds, another good card here for Walker. That pot ratio again, just a little over 2.
So I work for their parent company. It's called Bobby Cogg's company.
Challenging spots where you would normally want to just like size up and sort of punish your opponent's weak range. He instead is going to opt for the check back. Walker will now have queens full of 6s. Goes for another check, seeing if Slick Rick wants to try to bluff at this, but King High just going to have to take its very marginal and unlikely showdown.
Electrical? I'm chemical engineer, so I got my degree.
Are you, both of you actually using your degrees?
No, I do.
I know you're not.
I definitely am. Yeah, for sure. But to ask you, you work at like petroleum.
Well, perhaps we'll see another all-in here.
So I was about to ask
for 2x pot from Slick Rick.
Real estate. For the time being.
That would be ill-advised, though. He is going to go for it, and yeah, this is like a, I don't know, 2.2x overbet. I kind of thought Walker was just reaching for the chips to snap call. He is going to make the call and shows the 6s. Yeah, I think that was a little bit too aggressive there from Slick Rick. And he's going to lose a $9,200 pot with King High here.
Yeah, I think you got to think that he's calling you on that flop with some sort of a pair. The way it played out, him calling the 4-bet, calling the flop. He did go check on the turn, but that was just a wild play there on the river.
Back the chippies, especially since they're hard to blow. Nice hand, Walker.
Thank you.
Are those chips on lockdown now?
I was actually going to leave.
I thought they were already on lockdown. Yeah.
I was down.
You want to be talking, Tim?
Oh, I know.
You missed the net by 1.
That's how, yeah. They'll probably be missing it by 1.
Losing the net game does not indicate your action. What is the same?
That remains the whole time?
Yeah, that's all I want to hand. Might be a while.
I shouldn't talk shit, but I do it anyway.
Might be a while.
I'm going to regardless.
JD still can't get rid of it. Like I have to keep it till I win a hand.
Just let Bobby and I play it together.
Why does this thing have to sit in front of me, damn it?
That's all I'm asking for.
It would be funny if, like, the next Nick game starts when the last player finally wins their hand.
Yeah, you had to hang on to it until you finally get a win.
I mean, that seems to be the case so far, right? I mean, Eugene gave it back to him. JD tried to pitch it in when he paid out the.
He said, no.
Yeah, he fired it right back at him. So.
You keep that, you freaking nit. Not something people say to JD often, I'm sure.
No, I don't think so. Slick Rick here, right after doubling up his neighbor. Flop top pair, second kicker, backdoor diamond is up against just the King High for Z-Fish. Z-Fish is not even going to stick around with second nut, no pair. Slick Rick going to take that one down uncontested. Cool, Steam says, what the punt? It's an aggressive play, for sure. But I think we can all also give a little bit of respect to the players that are willing to go for the big over bets and put their opponents in challenging spots.
Just mad dogging me.
You know, let's be honest. How many times are you seeing that in your local game? People strategically going for the big over bets.
I feel impressed right now, man.
Your range is kind of capped, right? I mean, Walker check calls flop. He goes check, check, turn, and Walker does not bet the river, right? He checks again. So his range is relatively capped.
They'll do that at a kiddie game. They'll stare you down. Cards even out.
Was it you when Bobby bluffed him?
And I think the call there with sixes is absolutely spot on, right? He's not going to have very many better hands because he probably would. When you have an aggressive opponent like Slick Rick, sometimes you go all the way up to top of range and play it as a check. If you're out of position, you know he's going to bluff. Perhaps high enough.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember what the last one was.
Lay the trap with all of your value hands.
Yeah.
I mean, the only card he can hit
to try to bet and get called by some sort of bluff.
How's that feeling around pure?
No. Then I shoved 7,500 into JD, and he called
2 overs and a gutty for JD. Carlos with the up and downer picks up
and he holds up. I mean, it was
a whole lot of nothing on the turn. Neither player improved, so king high going to be best if we get to showdown. And Carlos not going to bet here with a hand that I think is sort of a mandatory bluff. 10 high. However,
any pot he wins from now on is null.
JD is going to go ahead and bluff with his king high. He's like, yeah, this is probably no good, but maybe he'll fold a 9 or something and gets Carlos to lay down.
There we go.
Wow. There we go. JD got to get rid of the button.
He didn't throw it.
Yeah, he didn't show.
Oh, you didn't show it. Keep it.
He didn't show the hand. They're trying to make him keep it.
All right, I want a hand. That means gates are open. That's usually when you restart the game. I lose. I don't win another hand.
Gates are wide open.
There you go. Z-Fish going to add on 5K to his stack. Let's go.
But if you fold every hand, you can't win.
I love the banter.
Oh, I do too.
Just enjoy playing with each
You
other.
see my saying. You can't win every hand if you fold it. Expensive saying.
Wise man.
Win every hand, you gotta play every hand.
Slick Rick here certainly not shy about putting more chips out there after he dusted off against Walker. He's going to take this one down and test it as well with the jack.
Are you going to Mindlin or where in Columbia you're going? You're going to Mindlin or where you're going?
You guys want to fire the Nick game up again?
Sure. Works for me.
Whatever y'all want. Yeah. You gonna throw it right now or?
Right now or okay.
Right now.
Yeah.
Hey, can I get the rubber one, please? You want the rubber one?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Nick game's on. Nick game's on this end.
All right, Nick game is back on again. Here we go.
Same amount.
Thank you, bro.
Oh. Hey, you can buy it from me. 25.
All right, Trevor's on. Nick game is on.
Nick game is on. Good luck, boys. I've never lost 4 in a row, you know?
Did you lose the last 2 of the last stream?
You on this stream?
I lost 3 in a row last stream, but then the last one I won.
You know, I think
Reset.
Wow, that's right. It was 3 in a row. It wasn't just 2.
Wow, that's savvy.
Brutal.
I was trying to get a rebate on the flash bot. I just couldn't get a threshold.
Can't even get it. 150 to you. Raise 600.
Thank you. Thank you.
MJ with a question here. Is JD going to 3-bet King Jack of Spades? And Venom here going to come along with the 6-3 of Spades. Spades would be very spicy.
Yes, ma'am.
MJ wants to know, is it a fair assessment that new players to a table/game probably get bluffed a little more? I think if you just sort of across the board were to do like a survey or something, I think probably yes.
200. Well,
just because that new player is going to be trying to like feel out the game a little bit, not going to be making big
2 in a row, he's on fire.
big hero calls and stuff like that. Probably just going to be more likely to lay things down and kind of try to get a feel for the game first. So yeah, I think so.
That probably
That probably dates you. NBA Jam. Yeah.
But that's a very broad stroke question, right? Because
yeah, it is. There's
every player is going to have a different approach, right? Sometimes people come into a new game and they're like, I'm going to lay down the law. I'm going to let these guys know who's boss, right? And they're more likely to call trying to set an image for themselves. So, I don't know. It kind of cuts both ways.
It was like the handicap in NFL Blitz. And it's like you're playing with your buddy.
Yeah, and I mean, there may be new faces to the live stream, but, you know, we've got 2 locations in Dallas, and these guys do play together, you know, in regular games. So, I mean, they may not necessarily be new faces, you know, to each other, just new on our stream. But, yeah, I think sometimes players will see a new face and say, hey, I want to kind of show this guy I'm not to be messed with kind of thing. It's just a competitive thing. Not let them get that early confidence when they sit down at the table, but... Fair question, though. Know what you were getting at.
Raise. 750.
Carlos, did he really 3-bet min click with 9-8 off? Is this real life?
Indeed.
Thank you. No, I didn't realize. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, and he toyed a little bit with those blue chips, those $1,000 chips.
And Z-Fish gets to show down the King Jack and get rid of his knit button. Just like that, JD and Z-Fish are out of the game.
Kind of like when OFC says he has queens.
Raise 275.
Couple of pairs here. Bobby with 4s, Z-Fish with the 8s. One of each has already been folded. He's going to come in for a raise with the King 9.
There's the hammer.
And Walker squeezing. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sorry, how much are you playing?
Like 8K, or a little over 9, actually.
Sometimes the early rounds of the knit game, when everybody has a button still, you don't tend to see this much activity with these sort of dusty holdings, but these guys, I think, all kind of feeling the frenzy a little bit of like, no, I need to get rid of my button here and show these guys how it's done. You know, we've seen a lot of like shown down 7 high and kind of garbage holdings, so I think everybody has that little bit of extra itch to get after it. Walker here going to flop the nut flush draw.
Looking right into my soul.
Z-Fish not going to love seeing the ace out
There's
there.
nothing in there though, bro.
That's just cruel. That's just mean, unnecessary.
It's like a big wind tunnel in there. You know, just shit flying around. Nothing really sticking to anything.
Harassing players.
It's time that the public knows, bro.
This is just what? This is just win. This is a whirlwind. Just a bunch of questions.
Yeah, Z-Fish, he's just handcuffed to a fold here.
Take it down.
And yeah, Walker has like one of the worst hands that he's going to show up with there.
Yeah, exactly. Smashes that flop with the heart draw, but was really repping that big range there. Z-Fish was definitely handcuffed there with just the 2 8s. And we already know he's down to just the 1 8 if he was looking to improve against an ace or queen there.
I mean, I bribed him.
Tough spot to be in.
Just like, exactly.
Before the cards are even out.
Everybody go. Raise 150.
Couple of ducks for Carlos. Suited gapper here for Tim. Heath gonna try to defend from the button with disconnected King 8-0 and a knit button. Slick Rick here, another squeeze spot, and he is just gonna call though. So here we go, 4 players to a flop. And what a flop it is. Slick Rick gonna flop the joint. And with all 4 of these players sitting on a knit button, could definitely be some bluffing incoming. Heath here with the king of clubs, a very good card to start betting with.
25.
Yeah, gonna be kind of tough for Heath to really rep much as he just called the button. This is an ace-high board, right? Like,
35-ish, 36.
I mean, maybe every once in a while he just has like ace-X offsuit or something and doesn't go for the squeeze. He's like, I'll just call from the button, sort of see what we can do with it. Obviously, he's just on the king high, so. This would be a very bad time for Heath to try to represent the hand that Slick Rick has, but he did just get basically min-clicked. And it doesn't really feel like you should ever be folding, but do you really want to call for 575?
Right.
That's a go.
I mean, that's pretty good.
And Slick Rick shows
the goodies.
As you do when you have a knit button, you got to get rid of that thing. So just like that, we're down to 4 players still in a knit game. But
We hadn't seen the turn card. I have even more out.
Yeah, no, you had runner out.
Can I get a Coke Zero water? Can I get a room temperature water?
What kind of beer do you have?
Dos Equis.
I
Beer
would
do you
love
have?
a Dos Equis. Give me a Dos, please. Thank you.
what do you think, Eric?
Bobby,
Dos
beer?
Equis or
I'll
Mick
pay you
Ultra?
here. Bobby, are you sure?
Dos Equis.
You feeling okay?
Yeah.
I drank last night.
Dos
No
has
need, dude.
more flavor, that's for
I've
sure,
never
but I
heard
do
that.
find
Bobby
myself
from the
enjoying a
next
good
day.
Mick Ultra
I'm a different breed.
from time to time. Just the nice light beer.
Trying to get that summer bod.
Summer bod engaged over here, man. I'm at the lowest weight I've been in quite some time. Feeling good.
Nice.
Yeah, not drinking very much, eating pretty good, getting some good exercise. Yeah. Just had a watermelon sour the other day from Martin House Brewing that was really pretty good. 10% alcohol too, packs a lot of punch.
Lordy.
Yeah. Do you ever, I forget, I may have asked you this before. You like sour beers at all?
Don't know.
Oh, you've never really tried one?
No, really haven't. Kicked the sauce back in 2002, so we're drinking some NA beers if we're drinking anything these days. But
Okay.
there's a ton of stuff. If you can imagine somebody who gets sober in 2002, all the stuff that's come out in the last 20 plus years, everything from the flavored whiskeys and flavored vodkas, and tequila is a huge thing now that people drink. Back in my boozing days, it was nasty ass Jose Cuervo. So a lot has changed in 20 plus years of the the brewing industries, and obviously the different types of liquors as well. But I'll take your word on it that sours are good.
For sure, for sure. Well, I'm certain that you told me that before. It's just a very unique sort of experience, more in line with like a kombucha or something, where it's nice and tart, as opposed to just like chugging a bunch of beer flavored water. Venom here with the top pair, top kicker on the monotone flop. Gonna get check min raised here, basically. Excuse me, not check min raised, just min raised in position by Z-Fish. And Venom will make the call. 4,400 in the middle. Stack to pot ratio under 2. Much closer to 1 than 2, in fact. And it is a board pairing 5 now on the turn. Venom, far and away the best hand. Z-Fish can only improve with an ace-5 or a 4.
Giving up room.
Yeah.
When he gets called here, should raise some alarm bells and probably get him to just check back, but definitely seen Z-Fish go for some big moves here with a sort of a blocker here, right? He's blocking the top pairs. Does go ahead and check it back, and we've got 4 flush out there now.
He can sit at this table and reach out.
Does go check, check. Wow, yeah.
Stoney's 7-1.
Stoney's 7-1.
Yeah, Z-Fish perhaps going to feel like he may have been able to utilize that 9 of spades on the river to get Venom to fold the better hand, but makes a lot of sense. You know, you see these spots where we can see the cards, and then when they get shown down, everybody can see the cards, and you can kind of think about, well, if I would have just done this somewhere along the line, I probably could have won the hand. But the truth is that when you start bluffing with top pairs, you start, in principle, sort of over bluffing. Now, there are times where you can do it, and the solver will even suggest that you should, but it's a pretty rare circumstance, I think, that top pair really goes down that road. And so, while that may have been one of the circumstances, given the fact that you have ace no kicker there, and the river completes the 4 flush, your opponent is checking from out of position, like, that might actually be a spot where the solver is like, yeah, ace deuce, diamonds, you got to go for it. It's very understandable to just check back with your top pair no kickers a lot of the time, because you just don't need to bluff with that hand. You're going to have worse hands, a ton of worse hands that you can bluff with.
I heard after the 3rd time the first one.
Absolutely. Slick Rick taking down a little pot there, no action. Has the pocket aces, puts in a raise, everybody folds.
I know with you it was always personal.
Let's do another quick shout out here for some of our upcoming tournaments. The first one kicking off tomorrow. We've got the even bigger one here for July, as Z-Fish is going to add on another 5K. Kicks off tomorrow, day 1, A and B flights, 10 a.m., 5 p.m., and then the following 3 days after that, also with 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. starting flights. All funneling, into day 2 on Sunday, and the final table going to be live streamed on Monday. Day 3 kicking off at 7 p.m. All of these being held at Texas Card House, Dallas.
That's right. And even with all the circuit events going on up at Choctaw, we are going to smash that guarantee. I'm sure first place is again going to be well over $50,000 for a $300 buy-in. Pretty badass. So get those tournament minds right and come out and fire some bullets at this thing and see if we can't break some records. That is a tournament that we do here at TCH Dallas every month.
Bobby and Tim in here. Bobby betting flop and continuing on the turn. 6 not a good card for him, but he doesn't care. He's going to barrel away, and Jack 3 has to go by the wayside for Tim. Bobby will get rid of his nip button. And here we are, Tim in the final 3 this time, along with Carlos and Heath.
Do you have any big events the rest of the summer that you're planning on, besides maybe coming up here for the Poker Atlas Tour?
Yeah, I definitely would like to do that. I've really been looking forward to the next Poker Atlas Tour or other, sort of big tournament series that's going to be offered up at Texas Card House in Dallas. So I will be planning on going up there for that. Of that, there are a couple of things that I'm kind of squinting at, but haven't made any hard, fast plans.
Hard plans, gotcha.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just spent basically a full month in Las Vegas here just recently. Played a hell of a lot of poker. Had a good time, but you know, it takes its toll on you. Even when you come out of it with a W, which I did not this year, it just takes a toll on, you know, just sort of your psyche and just your stamina.
Yeah.
You know, there's only so much tournament poker that you can play before you just start to feel like, man, all I do is just think about, you know, how to play all these spots, 20 to 40 big blinds, and just be stressed out all the time, right? Like, maybe I just need to kick back and play some 300 big blind deep, you know, cash games and, you know, just kind of relax for a little while. So, I don't know. We'll see.
For sure. Tournament poker is a whole different animal on the mind, the psyche, everything that you go through from a mental standpoint. You know, you can get tilted in cash games, but tournament poker is a whole different level of tilt, especially when you play, you know, and you make it to, you know, day 2 or, you know, these multi-day tournaments. You plan for just days and days and hours, and to not come out with a win is definitely tilting, and you got to think about all those different spots that you could have got in, but like, you know, and I hope to know one day when you bank a nice tournament score, man, it's a whole different level of excitement than just winning a, you know, couple of hands in a cash game.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But man, yeah, you have to just play so many tournaments before you hit that score, and then even if you are fortunate enough to do that, you know, sort of right back to the more typical result, which is, you know, not even making it to day 2, or not even, you know, just not even making money on tournaments. You know, you got to enter 4 or 5 times just to make it to day 2, and then you bust out with them in cash. And those things happen all the time. So it's just the tournament grind is very much a grind. Same thing goes for cash games, of course. I mean, you play this game enough, you recognize the ups and the downs, the upswings, the downswings, right? All of this stuff. But
sure.
Yeah, tournaments are just tough, and especially also just being in Las Vegas for that long. I think that's really the big thing that kind of took the wind out of my sails. There's just so much strange energy there. You know, you see families pushing around strollers full of like 2-year-olds at 1 a.m. and you just, there's so many weird things, so many weird people there. The energy is just so strange. So I don't know. I just need to kind of recharge the batteries here, I think. Mediocre Poker says your sound is cutting in and out. You talking about me, or is it Eric, or both of us?
Or is it the table talk?
Okay, I just had to protect me. I'm good now.
We'll try to address that in a second. We do have a pretty good hand going here.
Thank you guys for alerting us to that. Of course, anytime you guys have recognized something about the stream that is not quite right, let us know.
Heath was away from the table, or is away from the table. He had pocket jacks in his hand, Aaron. And
wow.
His knit button still.
That is rather extraordinary. JD gonna go ahead and bet here.
Oh my God!
I turned my mic off before I went to the bathroom, so that's good. And then you went to the parking lot. Keep an eye on you,
Heath is gonna find out much later. It's all the sound. It's us, not the players. Wow. Okay. Thank you for that. Hopefully we can get this rectified. Oh, it's us and the players. Okay, the whole thing. Interesting. Do apologize for that. But we'll do our best to identify the issue. JD going to slow down with a check now on the turn. Walker going to take this as an opportunity to bet, and 1,200 is the number.
There you go. Cool hand, Coop. Says try the app refresh, or actually try watching on a different stream if it continues to be an issue on your end. Facebook has it streaming live as well.
You stacking them again?
All right, Andy's not noticing it, so perhaps, yeah, it's just intermittent and unique to a couple of y'all. So yeah, try refreshing. Hopefully that sorts it out. Back over to JD here, who is thinking about continuing with the ace-king high, and he is going to go ahead and make the call. He hero called Z-Fish earlier with the ace-king high and was correct. So far, so good. Ace-king high is best if we get to showdown. Checks it over to Walker once more, and with 4K in the middle, Walker is going to need to continue to represent the jack here if he wants to win this hand.
All right, I am not smoking crack. Travis saw what I saw. He, with his knit button still, walked away from the table, and it did indeed have the jiggities. So just quads.
Walker 2x over bet jam, and JD quickly lays down the ace-king. Walker powering that one through. JD there with the long tank call on the turn definitely did kind of give away perhaps a little bit of, you know, trying to think about, well, should I continue, should I not? Perhaps giving away his hand was rather mediocre, but power move there by Walker, and definitely risking a lot of money.
Risking a lot of money.
What was in the middle.
Short hands? Yeah. I mean,
Nice play there for Walker. Great job there dealing, Mr. Gene. Not only is Gene our floor and a great dealer, his wife works for TCH. Two of his sons worked for TCH for quite a while. And he also has a great brand, Stuck for Life. If you're interested in some cool poker swag, check out Stuck for Life and grab you some gear. He's got some pretty cool gear that you can see around it. You know, he's one of those guys that's been in the poker industry for a while, and he's going to be in it for life. So if you are like the rest of us and are stuck for life in this great game we call poker, grab some gear.
No, bro, you gotta say it.
We didn't want you to leave.
Which one? Which one?
Dealer chain PLO flip. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up the
12. I couldn't get it out of it.
gamble action here.
Yeah. Okay.
See if I can earn back some of those points I dusted off
Single board flip.
last time.
You remind me about this in about 10 years when you want something to be like, hey, remember that time?
Didn't win last time.
Come on, Streamlabs.
Go for a wheel here.
95, baby. Let's go. Travis says no more bathroom break teeth. Yeah, especially when you're in the middle of a nit game. I would find that to be a little bit of a mini pun.
Full house right in the window there for the 5 seed. Carlos.
Queen, C5.
Oh, I got a flush.
C5 just got it.
Nobody waking up with the kings. That's an unbeatable hand. Carlos going to take down that PLO flip. And that is Tyler now in the box. Already got a shout out in the chat from Tyler's mom. Says, Tyler, my boy, he is now mullet free. He cut that nappy mullet. Got a normal haircut now. Does he still have the mustache? We can't see the mustache. He had one of those cool twisty mustaches. There it is. He's still rocking the stash.
Nice. And we got Georgia Parker joining us on Twitch. Says, hey, well, hey, right back at you. Thanks for tuning in and welcome to the stream.
20 clubs, y'all. First card. Get out the way early. Yeah.
Looks like we got a limp here from Carlos. King Jack in the hijack.
Queen clubs first burn.
Couple of 5s and a 4 out there on this flop. Heath drilling trips with the queen kick in. Walker going to go ahead and take a stab here with the 2 overcards. And nobody even close to this board besides Heath, so it'll be interesting to see how Heath plays this. It is full rainbow here, so you definitely just go for the check and call. But it's Tim here who's actually going to raise things up on the button with the queen 9. And now Heath doesn't really have any options that don't show extraordinary strength, including talking and laughing, which he is doing. And he will go ahead and make a call. Walker is out of the way, and queen 9 going to need running 9s, and that is not a 9.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I couldn't tell. You looked at me like a check.
He was giving you the crazy eyes, wasn't he?
Oh, so you just look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
500.
Donk lead here from Heath after check calling the flop. A rather curious play. Back over to Tim, who's like, what the hell is this? Sometimes when your opponents do things that are very unorthodox and out of the norm, you kind of feel like you should sort of try to punish them by, you know, sort of blasting it, seeing what they do. But that was not the time to do it, and Tim correctly gets out of the way.
Some more love in the chat for Tyler, our dealer. Sarah saying we love the stash. And of course his mom says Sarah is my daughter from another mother. Or daughter from another father, you could say. Great to see you guys, gals I should say, in the chat supporting that cool cat there. I know Tyler gets excited when he gets the deal on the stream. One of the best in the room.
So Tim there losing the net game after folding that hand at the end. So does have to splash the pot here and on the next one as well. So additional 400 in the middle. So it's going to be a raise to 2 1/4 from Benham with the Jack-8 suited. Carlos makes the call, and now Tim with an opportunity to get his chips plus some more back. The Ace-Jack. He's just going to call, though. And perhaps a missed opportunity here, as definitely did have some strength in the Ace-Jack. Strong enough, I would say, to go for the squeeze. Instead, Heath is going to come along with the sailboats, and Slick Rick closing the action. Not even a good enough price with Queen Tray off. Derek joining us in the chat. What is up, my friend? Long time no see.
Heck yeah. What's going on, Derek? He's probably out there crushing some PLO right now.
Overcard and a gut shot for Benham, but we're checking it. And it's going to make it all the way over to Tim, who is also going to check. So free turn card. It's another 10. Ace Jack high. Excuse me, the pair of 4s from Heath, rather, is the best hand. Benham going to go ahead and take a stab now with the gutty. And Tim here, yeah, I think his hand is good enough to call, and this actually may make it difficult for Heath to stick around. However, it's a little bit perplexing to think about how, like, what your opponents would have to beat you. Pocket 8s, pocket 9s, perhaps, but this was a single raise pot pre, and it's a little bit strange. Benham is not going to make his straight, but he is going to hit the 8, and that's going to be good enough.
1,000.
And he's going to bet it for value. I actually really like this play. When you river a pair of 8s here, and the most likely holding for your opponent is some sort of strong 7x, betting your hand for value here is just phenomenal. A lot of players sort of pick up some showdown value and check it over. Benham here, cool cat, gonna try to get an extra 1,000 from him, and Tim is just like, God, I don't know. I don't know what I beat. I don't know what I lose to, but I'm out of there. And he does save himself the last $1,000. A seat. Hello from India. Good to hear your comments. Always fun. Hey, thank you for joining us, man. It's good to have you back in the chat.
Yeah, hello from India, man. That's awesome. Thank you.
Alright, let me splash pot. It's unique. I like unique stuff.
Mark, are you currently out there splashing around in the room at LC or over here in Dallas? Don't know if I saw you earlier.
Great, it's 250. You ever wear the shirt I gave you?
I haven't called.
Call? So you're halfway there.
I was gonna wear it to the 4th of July party, but then we ended up not going.
You can't do that. Well, I guess you can. I mean, it depends on what kind of it is.
All right, raise to 250 and a couple of calls in between. Slick Rick here out of the big blind. Gonna squeeze this up with Queen Jack of clubs. 3 players sporting clubs.
Yeah,
so
all the clubs.
could be interesting if they all make it in here. See Fish, the original raiser with 4-3 offsuit. He's gotten punked by Slick Rick before, and he's just going to have to let this one go. Would be just a little too spicy to go for the 4-bet here with no high card removal. Pretty heat now. Opts not for the call, and Slick Rick going to get this one through. Picks up an easy 750.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Want to move here? Appreciate it. Thank you. Good bet.
Slick Rick definitely aggressive tonight. Love seeing it.
Absolutely. A couple of you know, good strong plays that have gotten the job done, and one misstep that doubled up his neighbor, who's still sitting on a nice pile of chips there in the 1 seat. Yeah, Mark, I hear you, man. It definitely happens, and the variance is real. So you now know what it feels like to get weed. Yeah, sometimes you deal the bad beats, and sometimes you receive them. So hang in there; it'll turn around.
Heads up.
But it's also good to take a little break. Absolutely, let things cool off for a little bit, especially if you start to get tilted by taking that, you know, 4th losing session, 5th losing session in a row where, you know, you get dealt aces and lose your stack. Stuff like that can definitely start to build up, and if it starts affecting your game, making you make poor decisions, the best thing you can do is take a little break.
We can leave if you all want to.
I mean, I checked, you checked.
Just check it out.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm saying.
I checked blind 3 times. You checked blind 3 times?
We can do that. We're good. All right.
I think he understands. Well, he was asking for this.
All right, it looks like we're running it, which is sort of odd.
Well, then I beat that.
Don't usually see this at
I also have an open-ended.
these stakes, but it appears as though that is what we're doing. And I think King High was just best the whole way down, as he was up against the 6-5.
6-5, yeah.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, I'm going to just go out and say it. I don't think that you should be running it when you aren't in the blind. If it folds to you and you're in the blind, like big blind and small blind, and the small blind offers, hey, you want to run it for a certain amount, I think that's like fair enough play. But when it's like a cutoff open button call, everyone else folds, and then you run it, I don't agree with that.
Definitely a first. for me on this stream and in these stakes for sure. We probably weren't paying attention if there was any discussion on why the hell they did that, but that's all right. Moving on. We might have a little misread on this hand here, hand number 49. We'll see if we do.
Revenge for that. What was it? 2-3.
Oh, that was disgusting.
Both boards too.
3-5 of diamonds, I think.
I had a set.
Yeah, you had a set, and
It was so good.
I think one board I hit a flush, the other board I hit straight.
Yeah. It was,
Well, with what we can see,
I did not enjoy it.
looks like we've got a middle pair, bottom pair sort of situation against the two overcards, backdoor straight and flush draws for JD. Or excuse me,
I knew it
yeah.
was coming.
Yeah, evidently it's JD's hand that may be a misread. He may not have exactly that holding.
Okay.
We shall see.
I mean, I had 50 for I had open-ended straight
Your
flush draw.
drawing good is undeniable.
I mean,
Has it always been
I
this
was
way?
down. I was down 20 last Monday, so and you saw that. So
Right, but you got very unlucky. Yeah. Like that one deal.
Ace of clubs hits and JD does check, so curious even more now what his holdings are.
recently, I've run fairly good.
Yeah, checking through now. Carlos going to go ahead and lead the river for 300 with what appears to be a pair of sixes. JD will make the call, and Slick Rick here on the bottom pair. If he is indeed on the 5-3 of hearts, definitely a hand that could perhaps call 300 to a single bet, but it's going to be tough to call given JD's involvement
I think it's
here.
because she started hanging out with that. You know the guy that Peter, that guy that wanted like raise 2,000. Yeah,
And instead, he's going to go for the
Wow.
big raise, 2,000. Excuse me, yeah, 2,000.
Yeah. When I was
Slick Rick is out of there, and now it's back over to JD.
Like in sashimi spot, I think she.
And we've already seen Slick Rick go for some really spicy plays. Is this just another one that JD can pick off? He is going to let this go. And Slick Rick is going to get it through.
There's like a whole family of them.
I wasn't sure exactly how it worked out.
A lot of people. And then after the stream, I met Tom Juan. Yeah.
More love here for Tyler. All right, let's go.
That's right, Brock and Heather giving big shout outs to Tyler and the stash.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Heather watching from Michigan. Awesome.
Dude, he is.
He used to be friends with him.
Who, Heath?
Yeah. With Tom Dwan.
Even more family coming in.
No, go ahead and tell us.
And Tyler is popular tonight. Let's go.
He has no idea who I am at this point.
Okay, good.
So
Yeah,
I
curious
met him
what the
and
hell
I met
JD
him.
had there in that last hand.
David
Slick Rick going for a huge bet there
He was dating one of my
on the river.
when I started TCU.
JD.
My guess
close-
would be some sort of 6x,
Yeah.
right? To call the 300 and then
He
fold
was telling me about this house.
to the big raise.
From playing cards. I was like, bullshit.
Could have been something like pocket sevens, pocket fives, whatever, right? Like sort of the middling pairs that
I'm telling you, just two
have some showdown value, but
all the way
just really can't
Yeah.
stand up to the big bets.
Yeah, no, they were recording, after we finished playing, they were recording like a 200-400 game. So it was like Tom and then Peter and a bunch of other like, big guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, I
just
played
sitting.
Hustler like last Monday.
Everyone's done.
Carlos sticking around with
I was gonna be in
the Jack 5.
Newport Beach, and so I texted a friend that's played on it. And he said he did.
Yeah, that one's a little perplexing
It was
for
not fun.
sure.
I was down like 20 at one point, and I ended up down like
Slick
20.
Rick here.
It was basically a win.
Excuse me, Bobby with the best of king, no kicker on the button.
Yeah, he was like
Checks to
18 years
him,
old
and
telling
he's
me
going to
about
bet
this
half
house.
pot.
Was it Tom telling you that or David?
I don't remember. I mean, this happened
That's
20
wild.
years
Yeah, that's
ago,
crazy.
I think.
Yeah,
And then we ended up going to their house, and
there you go.
it's just,
Yeah.
it was the real deal.
Slick Rick, the only
It also
opponent
tipped
who
me
can
off when they were
actually
playing, like, $500
consider
tins.
sticking around, does have the second pair with
That tipped me off a little
the
bit.
top kicker, but once again finds the appropriate fold against his table mate there.
Like in the full tilt days, like all
The
that.
money was just
Yeah.
no problem there.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, 18, $500, 5,000. You know what I mean? That's
Nice pot there for the King Triz.
a rich man at 500.
It was kind of weird. It was 3 blinds, 10, 20, 40, but the big blind had a $20 ante. So it was like 10, 20, 20, 40. Max was 10K cap though, which kind of sucked when you got stuck. But
just hit the 2-hour mark on our Tuesday night live stream here at TCH Live, Dallas, Texas. It's a 10-25 game, which you can see we have the $50 straddle on pretty much every hand now. Most of the players buying in for 5K tonight. And it is a match to stack game, so the stacks have continuously grown.
Raise 250.
Bobby going to raise it up with the Jack-9 suited. Benham on the button. Going to wake up with a couple of queens.
And Z-Fish has the other 2 queens. What on earth is happening?
It is not ladies' night, but there's all the ladies in this hand. Bobby's going to come along. Jack-9 of diamonds.
Going 3 ways.
Yeah, Z-Fish playing this one pretty tricky trappy, just making the call here. And what is this flop? Top 2 for Bobby up against 2 players with overpairs, and Bobby is going to donk lead into Benham, who 3-bet him pre-flop. How bizarre is this? It's going to go donk lead, call, call. 3 players still in, go into a turn, 3,500 in the middle. And it gets a little dicey now.
Yes, it does.
Check.
Any 8 is a straight 2-tone board. Z-Fish here with a spade and a heart. We're going to check all the way through, and a harmless 6 on the end. Having the overpair and the blocker to king, queen, and queen 8.
Wow, 1,300.
Go ahead. And yeah, this makes some sense. It's a 1/3 pot size sort of block bet. Maybe you think about going just a little bit smaller here, but he can definitely still get called by ace jack.
2 pair.
1 pair, no good. And yeah, just a phenomenal flop there. As Benham going to see that, yeah, Z-Fish had all his outs.
Thank you.
Aside from the other small board pairs that would have given him a better 2 pair, of course.
I didn't even see if he showed the hand or not.
Never easy though, you know.
Oh, I guess he may not have. Right?
Yeah, he may not have. Interesting. Sassy joining us, saying hi, friends. She's joining us from Table 1 out here in the room in Dallas. Hope you're crushing it out there tonight. She was trying to get a ladies stream put together, and it just didn't quite work out this time, but here's to hoping that you gals get that going in the coming weeks.
150.
Yeah, those are very entertaining to watch, of course, and always look forward to seeing that. JD here gets to close the action with the king 5 suited. He will do so with a call. We'll go 3 players to a flop.
Huh? Oh, you need to back? Or did I pull it up? My bad.
Unofficially,
thank you.
But like, it's just in a couple like family friends that I work with and trust me basically.
King high board here. JD flops best.
If you do well, then we have set you up for something.
Check through. 9 of hearts now on the turn. 2-tone board. JD. Pair no kicker, and a couple of different ways that his opponents could potentially call him or get there. So he's going to bet large and just takes it down right then and there.
Appreciate it, JD.
I went to the retro.
Z-Fish going to add on an additional 5K to his deck. And again, we are having a little bit of difficulty putting up some of the stats, the stat trackers tonight with things like VPIP and RFI, and of course the player stacks. You can see it says the words there. We just don't have the actual numbers down there at the bottom to show you. So still working on getting that fixed so we can see who our big winners and losers are for the night, as well as the VPIP numbers and things of that nature. So we're working on that, guys and gals. Trying to get that fixed for you. It's kind of a bummer. Big bummer.
What is it at 325?
It's very like solitary.
Pimping is pimping, bro.
Hold on. Carlos.
Oh, shit.
Excellent. That's great to hear, Brock. Got hired at the cage for the new room. So you're ready to start dealing yourself. Yeah,
Yeah, congrats, Brock.
Fantastic room. Very much looking forward to the new room here in Austin. So that is going to be a very exciting moment when they're actually able to open those doors and let
325.
all of us into play. Can't wait. Hopefully soon. Hopefully sooner than 2059.
Alright, that was 325 install.
Carlos here with the gut shot
He can do that because he worked hard.
and the inferior kicker to JD on the pair of tens.
Obviously, no.
Yeah.
Just kidding now, bro.
Yeah.
I'll take another dose, please.
Oh yeah, yeah.
700.
Half pot here from JD with second pair top kicker.
Call.
$2,800 in the middle here. JD building this pot with the top pair. And another jack comes off here. Prime spot here for a small block bet, in my opinion.
Every swing is like,
Or 5,500 perhaps, something like that. But JD's going to go the other direction and stuff it in.
Because like, and the best days to play are going to be the ones where you want to
Carlos lets it go.
Friday night, Saturday nights, I would imagine.
Appreciate it.
You know, and then you're going through all the stages of starting out small and always raising. Because you always want to raise, your level. And there's just no into it. I mean, that Tom's on. He was just a phenom at the time and everything. And then he goes over to Macau and he starts crushing sales there, and then all of a sudden he got crushed, I think.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Oh, yeah, I think it's pretty widely known that he's pretty deep in thinking. How many...
Shot is on?
I was just going to say how many hours was it, but I can just look at the screen.
I don't know where I don't know if there's a place to track.
Raise to 150?
To say you're satisfied. You know, once you get that in your blood, you almost start chasing.
Z-Fish opening the button. He's going to get 3-bet from JD in the small blind. Walker's out of there with the queen 10, and it's back over to Z-Fish, who will make the call.
Did C5 run on?
And here we go. Heads up to a flop. JD with the betting lead. Out of position. Relatively favorable flop. Only one overcard, and it's the 10. More favorable overcards if you're going to see one. As there will be Q 10x continues in relation to the ace, king, queen x continues. Z-Fish, though, going to float with the ace high here to the $400 continuation bet, and there is a queen now on the turn, making 2 overcards to the pair for JD. Queen not the scariest card, as you shouldn't be getting floated by too many queen highs. Queen jack with a backdoor, definitely possible. Things of that nature. Ace queen, king queen with a backdoor. Z-Fish here going to check. And we'll see a deuce of spades, pair the board on the end. JD with another opportunity for perhaps a block. Trying to get value from pocket 8s, pocket 7s. But he's just going to go for the check and showdown the winner.
But they had to build themselves up in order to do that. And they had to work hard at their market ability and all that stuff. It doesn't happen. You have to network for the company. That's what multi-ball is.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But everybody else is they're going through this roller coaster of their life. You know, they're on top of the mountain.
So I was playing some cards last night, and some gentlemen at the table next door to me were talking about fantasy football. And I was like, wait a minute, is it almost time to like be thinking about this?
It's like 44 days before I think college football starts, and of course the pros will be right behind it. Yeah, I've got a fantasy league myself that we do the draft every year in Houston, so those emails are starting to come in, and reservations are being made, and shenanigans being planned. So yeah, it's right around the corner.
It is not far away. Do you guys always wait until like the last minute, or do you guys do it sometime in the middle of preseason and not really worry too much about injuries in the second half of preseason?
No, we really don't worry about the injuries. We've only had that really bite us a couple of times. We do the third weekend in August every year, so it's kind of a couple of those early games kind of are already kind of out of the way. A few players may still get a rep here and there, that are going to be those top maybe 4 to 5 rounds, but pretty much everybody drafted rounds, I would say 8 on in most 10 to 12 person leagues are not really going to be playing too many downs in those last couple of preseason games. Of course, there's less preseason games now than there was in the past, so you eliminate a little bit of that. But always scary though. We're paying attention as we're drafted because there's usually a preseason game going on while we're drafting, and we've had an ACL tear or an Achilles tear, happen. When somebody picked him because they just didn't know that, an hour before that a guy tore his ACL. Yeah,
that's brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually in both of the leagues that I do, one of them I just started running last year, so it's actually still kind of fresh, but I like to do it as close to the first game of the season as possible. Right. Usually like 2 nights before, just to kind of minimize all of that, right? Because sometimes it's even in practice, right? I mean, it's not even in the preseason game. Sometimes you'll have somebody just non-contact go down, and you're like, oh, well, I guess our star, wide receiver is just gone for the season.
Raise the 500 and a fold. There you go.
Bobby here, flopping the top pair, and wins another pot. Bobby here having a nice evening.
It was funny as you were mentioning that I had pulled out my phone for a second and got a little Sports Center alert, and by no means a Hall of Fame caliber or even Pro Bowl player that would have been a big impact guy this year, but former Dallas Cowboy and now Oakland Raider Michael Gallup, who's battled some injuries himself, but was a decent fantasy player for a couple of years while healthy. Raiders just put him on the retired list, so sounds like he's going to be out of football.
Yeah, he was always that guy that you kind of thought was maybe going to step up and become, a next kind of hot shot go-to guy for us. And,
yeah.
And I say us as sort of a adopted Dallas Cowboys kind of fan or whatever, but yeah, he just really never panned out. Not in a big way, right? I think he had that one year where he had like 800 yards receiving, and that was like his high watermark.
He had an 1,100-yard season.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, he had that one season where he put up some big numbers, and he's always kind of the jump ball guy, and more of the go get it and run after the catch. Never a great route runner, and then he hurt that leg, and it just after that it just got ugly.
Too bad. Top set here for Jay Diggles. Tim with just 2 overs and backdoor straight opportunity. It's going to be tough for him to continue. Though 350 is a modest price. But Tim will let it go. He has dwindled to under 3K now.
Are we my passing these out?
Yeah.
And the Nick game.
Here we go.
Started.
Yeah, actually, I do, to be honest with you. Can we wait one more hand?
One more hand.
All right, they're not starting the nip button yet. They're just...
All right, nip buttons are passed out, but they're not going to do it quite this hand. Couple guys taking quick breaks to El Baño.
I said they're not doing the net button just yet. One more hand.
Yeah, this is off.
And there you see it. We're still trying to get those player stacks up for you guys at the bottom of the screen there. That way we can know who's getting crushed and who's crushing souls tonight.
You know, hold everybody captive. You can't play into it.
Let's play this back again.
Raise to 125.
You hear us, pros? No net game this hand.
Yeah, net game's off this hand.
The game is not on this hand?
Not on this hand.
Because Heath ran off on us.
Heath wanted the hand to go to the bathroom.
He usually just does that during the game.
I recommend this time he doesn't do it before the game.
Hopefully he forgot to turn his mic off this time.
He's in the bathroom. He's gonna talk shit about me.
500.
Walker going to put in a 3-bet here with the 9-8 of clubs.
Do you want this one?
Action's now back over to Carlos, and he's going to let go of the ace-10. And Z-Fish going to let go of those 4s. Nice little squeeze there for Walker. Takes down a few $100 in profit.
How about now? He's going to have to go out to the parking
I guess we're still waiting. We're waiting for William to get back.
He's gonna run one out or suggest the bathroom.
So Brock is watching from Austin, and we got a lot of Tyler's family watching from Michigan. Anybody else tuning in tonight from somewhere other than the Dallas-Fort Worth area? Where are you guys watching from tonight? I know Asit is watching from India, so we've got one person so far watching from another continent, several watching from another city, and of course a lot of folks watching from another state. Where are y'all watching from tonight? 153 of y'all currently watching across all of the streaming platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Kick.
225.
Big flop here for Benham. He's going to check top 2 pair. Sorry, he is actually going to bet out here. He's going to lead out 225. Z-Fish doing the betting. Benham making the call. And a full house now for Benham. He's going to continue to check. Z-Fish may take another stab at it. And he is going to. He's going to bet 600. And Benham is going to decide to go for the raise now. Maybe hoping Z-Fish does have the case king in his hand. There we go. We got St. Louis in the house. Racine, Wisconsin. Dexter, Georgia. Patrick Smowski saying he's here for Slick Rick. This would be a really bad time for Z-Fish to try to put in any sort of bluff. Nit game is not on for this hand. But he's really thinking this through. Wanting to see a river. And I was like, yeah, go let him see a river.
Oh yeah, what am I doing? Hold on, 600.
Now, I mean, it's still crypto, but not NFTs. There's no picture. Yeah. It's like Bitcoin.
There you go, Tyler giving out the change there, but nice pot there for Benham. And now we're going to have the nit butt game going.
All right, nit game going. Yeah, nit game going.
So there's only one token now?
No, there's
Good. Nit game's on now.
Alright guys, nit game's
All right, $100 nit game going. Loser of the nit button game pays $100 per player into 2 consecutive splash pots. So it'll be a $400 splash pot followed by another $400 splash pot. They do get the opportunity to try to win their money back.
Raised to 500.
Cool little twist we've kind of put into the nit button game. instead of just paying out $100 a person.
You know.
Money gets put into a couple of splash pots just to create some more action.
And I did the same thing.
There you go, just like that. Slick Rick wasting no time in position, raising it up with the king deuce of spades. Gets rid of his nit button.
Define anything. Do they exist? Yes. Are they worth nearly as much as they used to be? No. Did 99.9% of them go to zero? Yes.
Well, after I got three hands in a row.
Slick Rick's gonna wake up with a legit hand now. A couple of jiggities. He's gonna raise it to 150. Z-Fish gonna make the call with the offsuit 6-5.
Bobby, you doing financial advice over there now? For the kids. That's for the kids. For the kids. 2 cents for the kids.
Check, check. Oh. Just like that, Z-Fish gonna take the lead. Turns 2 pair.
Registered financial advisor. I'm gonna have to call my lawyer.
See the shit out of it if he doesn't have a serious set. I mean, I don't have my securities license at this point.
That's some chop outs. As a straight could hit the board. Slick Rick can also win with a jack, 9, or 8.
Do you stick to what, real estate or?
Oh, now Slick Rick with 2 pair.
But real estate is absolutely
350. Yeah. Call.
Full house.
That's good. They're just not making any more of it,
Z-Fish says full house. Yeah, and unfortunate for Slick Rick. He has to tell him that is good, my friend.
You know, people in general.
You got a black
Is that stuff with the
No, yeah.
There's no getting around it. The fish, I don't need
Yeah, this was a $5,000 buy-in game. 10.25. Had the $50 straddle on all night. A lot of these stacks now are well over $10,000, so definitely have the opportunity for some big 20K plus pots.
He doesn't play like a French guy, so that's why we let him in. He plays like an American. You're okay. What, stupid? Honor.
Yeah.
You know, the value of the dollar is just...
Aaron, did you just come out of the ceiling?
I did.
Trying to watch poker, and I got legs dangling of the other camera view over there.
Yeah, so the keypad on the live stream booth here has been going through some issues. We're getting it counseling, and it's working on it, but thought some issues were fixed, and apparently they're not. So I had to come in the other door and crawl through some ductwork.
Yeah, I thought I was watching Ocean's 11 or something.
Yeah, it was definitely an operation, but we made it. All right, Benham here, top trips, pretty good holdings. Keith here, going for the light check raise, doesn't get it through, and now has to decide if 4 deuce is worthy of continuing the story.
Took about 7 days too long, but you know.
He's definitely going to try to continue something here. Benham fresh off of a big hand.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't get much better than this for Benham. Yes, he just lost, or just, you know, is now behind to the Jack-9s of the world that went for it and got there, but really having the top trips with ace kicking feels pretty good to just keep calling and let this guy launch it in if he wants to.
I would think you'd be really busy right now.
Heath with just 1.5K behind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a count.
I think he's got a little bit more than that. Looks like he's got 2 towers of green plus some black and the greens in his fist, but yeah, it's certainly not a full pot size wager or anything really close to it, so he's just going to give it up.
Not much. 14-ish, maybe.
Oh no, he says 14-ish, so maybe, yeah, I guess that's what he had.
All in. And a fold.
I know.
Good hand.
I know. Need to find out which. 5,000 behind.
T9's adding on 5,000.
Yeah.
All right, Heath's going to add some more chips. Going to add 5,000 to his stack.
Wow. If you would ask me this the second week of November, I'd be able to give you a much better answer.
150.
I mean, it is so uncertain right now, isn't it?
So am I playing this behind?
You just don't know
right now?
what these people are going to go with this particular juncture.
Yeah.
You know, it seems very polarized and radical.
I don't know. I was much more comfortable about the direction before Biden dropped.
Right. No, I agree. Now, they're talking about it being criminal that he dropped out. Trump said he wants his money.
750.
Oh, I saw that. That was funny. Like, because you've been campaigning against him.
No, I mean, he's got a point.
Yeah, I get it.
You can't just jump.
All right, 150 to go from Slick Rick, called by Tim, and Z-Fish here going to put it in the squeeze on the button, 7-6 suited.
750 to.
What are you snacking on over there, Aaron? I'm about to have to go to my snacks.
All right.
Oh, sorry if I'm crunching away into the
No,
microphone.
I got a view of you, so.
Heads up.
Some delicious honey roasted peanuts.
Fantastic.
Wow. Wow, what a flop here for the 7-6. Slick Rick does make the call from out of position. Suited ace-6. Picks up bottom pair, but it's Z-Fish with bottom 2.
You want it? I mean, it's still a profit either way, isn't it?
A little less than 1/3 pot continue here from Z-Fish, and Slick Rick, bottom pair, overcard, and backdoor spades. Mandatory continue for 500. Does make the call. Four diamonds, not what he's looking for on the turn. Could assist him in getting away without any further damage, but Z-Fish here going to love that card.
Should be fine. Should be fine. Just give me 2,000 in black and the rest of thousands or whatever. 500.
Stack to pot ratio over 3 here, so traditionally going to go for the sides up so that you can get a good chunk in on the river. 1,600 is the number. I think Slick Rick has plenty of better hands that he can continue with here. Pocket 8s, 9s, 10s,
12, 16.
some King Jack, King 10, King Queen, of course. But he is going to stick around with the ace-6 and needs to get very fortunate. That is very unfortunate for him.
Unbelievable card.
Wow. That is the one card in the deck that really hurts Slick Rick.
Check.
Wow, he's going to check it over.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. He can allow Z-Fish to continue value betting things like aces, ace-king, king-queen, bluffing with, you know, whatever he might have. He also does lose to some diamonds, right? Z-Fish is going to have some barreling hands that involve diamonds, picks up the additional equity on the turn, bets again, and now gets there on the end.
23.
This bet of 2,300 is very value-y. Z-Fish here trying to not lose his customer, who might be kind of calling him a little bit light with something like 8s, 9s, or 10s. Slick Rick here, I think, very much in the territory of check raising all in for value. But of course, it is dangerous. If you get called, you're probably going to lose, though. Ace, king, and aces are the one hand that you're really targeting if you do go for the check raise all in. What a devastating river card, though, just to be put in this spot at all, right? At the very least, he's going to lose 2,300 because there's no world within which Slick Rick is folding here.
Yeah, never folding. Trying to remember the all in. There it is. Oh.
6, 7.
Don't remember exactly what the amounts were, but I know this was a raised, pot, obviously pre-flop. Hard to put your opponent on, a hand like a 7-6 there when you've got a 6 in your hand. Just a gross, gross river.
You got 8,
Yeah,
6, 75.
I mean, Slick Rick knows that he is sort of value jamming into a pretty strong range. So for every combo of aces and ace-king that sort of like rolls its eyes and feels like it's compelled to call, especially if it has a diamond, he's going to also run into pocket sevens, pocket aces, pocket kings, right, for these hands that are just super nutted and are going to snap him off like the 7-6 there. Yeah, Tony says, I thought maybe the diamond would save Slick. MJ says, gotta just call there. Certain players are definitely going to lean more towards just call there. I think Slick Rick has a bit of a reputation for kind of a wild player. He's already got caught with the 2.2x overbet jam with a bluff earlier, right? So when your opponents think that you're capable of these big bluffs, then you might get called even lighter than just aces and ace-king there, right? Like the king-queen, king-jack, who knows? I'm not saying that Z-Fish is always triple barreling, with king-jack there for value, but if he ever is with king-queen, right, like he might even be calling down there just because Slick Rick has this kind of reputation of being a little bit wild and bluffing a lot. So I think MJ's saying aces or another 6 only calls. I don't think that's true. I definitely do think that Slick Rick is going to get credit for more bluffs there. We can
I'm
see
with
the
you.
cards.
I for sure think the king jack, king queen suited type hands, could be there. And I just feel like Slick thought he had the best hand and just said, you know what, I'm ripping it. And I think I'm going to get called by what I put him on. And unfortunately for him, that's just not what he had. He had the goods.
Yeah, and C1's back 2,000.
Yeah, very
Very
fortunate river card there for Z-Fish, right? You can imagine every card except for that one comes off on the river, and it's going to be tough for him to get really owned, because if the ace does come off that gives Slick Rick the better 2 pair, that's very likely a card that Z-Fish may consider checking back, right?
For sure.
And not losing a bunch of money. So it's really kind of tough for Slick Rick to get paid there. If he improves, and also tough for him to lose more, because there's just so many river cards that are going to be like nothing burgers, and Slick is just going to fold rivers, right? But not that one.
Well, he's going to try to get a little back. He's rebought in for $20,000 first hand, waking up with 2 kings.
Very dominated.
And wins 400 back. But winning 400, we know, is always better than getting stacked again. So he'll try to slowly get himself back right after that brutal beat against Z-Fish, who's still over there stacking chips.
I had a hand that would have called in position.
Raise the 75. Raise the 275.
Tim now going to wake up
You're looking really
with
organized.
a couple of black aces.
I'm trying.
Going to raise it to 75 and quickly get 3-bet to 275.
He said he hasn't stacked chips in a
Now
while.
JD is going to put in the 4-bet with the ace
I
queen.
say that because I like you. I wouldn't kid you if I didn't like you.
This is like the best feeling in poker.
Absolutely.
Open aces, get 3-bet and 4-bet before it gets back to you. Like, oh, yes. And the knit game is on, so these players have the knit button. And wow, look at this. Tim just going to call the 4-bet.
I think I started off with you. Had the whole hair conditioner joke and the
Low hanging fruit.
usually when I drink.
Stack to pot ratio just barely over 1 here because Tim has had his stack dwindle down, and now JD going to flop a gut shot to Broadway.
Someone told me I reminded them with the, like, made them hungry for Pringles.
And
Glad I made you hungry.
I don't know, this is kind of awkward. Tim's stack is so shallow that you either go for the really small bet or you, sort of commit yourself to bet and call off for the larger size.
Should I get buzzed off, you know, for the old summer cut like we used to do?
Yeah, JD just puts them all in. Tim snap calls, and he's going to need a 10 on the end for JD and doesn't get it.
You know, Carlos, when we were kids, we used to keep the buzzed.
He raised pre, I just called.
No, I know. I mean on the flop.
So I see 1,300.
You just obviously.
So a nice little double up there for Tim.
thought you couldn't get rid of your knit button.
Much needed one. Going to get him almost back to where he started. Actually, with the pre-flop action, he may have over 5K in the stack. And we have been alerted by the production staff that Tim's aces are going to sort of show up in a phantom way for him once again. So he does not have aces in back-to-back hands, even though that is what we're about to see on screen.
It's all good. Shadow's on. Did you free shadow? Okay, yeah, free shadow to 100.
Tim open folding 2 black aces. That's pretty funny. But yeah.
Raise the 300.
That is kind of a weird little glitch that we've seen from time to time where a player's hand will sort of get ghosted from the previous hand.
Raise to
Very
1,100.
strange. Don't understand
Or
it, but
1,150.
Benham here going to wake up with 2 red kings. Big hands going around as Slick Rick is going to have the chip runner come and collect his 2 bricks to turn into chips. As it is now on to Slick Rick here with Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, Rick's definitely here to play big pots tonight. This is just a weird spot, out of position, facing that big 3-bet from Benham. He is going to make the call here, though.
Yeah, this is pretty spicy. Queen 10 suited definitely does play well enough that you can do this at a low frequency, but playing out of position is just always so devastating against a player's strong range that, you know, you're going to make a lot of 1-pair holdings, you know, pair of 10s as second pair, pair of queens as top pair, these sorts of things where you're just never really sure if your hand is good. Very rarely are you going to flop flushes, flop straights, flop 2 pairs, right? So maybe you flop a good strong draw or something like a combo draw, but very often you're going to be in just a world of hurt when you do connect. So sort of fortunate for him there that he does not connect with the board and is able to just fold with a single bet.
Did you just fold aces?
This hand? No, I did not.
This second goes 8,000. All right. Seed 8 is at 8,000.
I mean, we're
$50 shadows on.
Card game broke out.
Yeah, we knew you did it, but it was like.
JD, not to be outdone, adds another 8K to his stack. So we are getting some big boy stacks here.
50, he gave you back the prize. Yeah, he gave it too. 150, yeah, sorry.
Big tower of blues over there.
Just a big tower of blues, baby.
They're like, how would you like that? You're like, all 1Ks, please? Thank you.
All right. 3 players.
That's the goal. Fill a full rack up with blues. Just the easy 100K.
300.
All right, Bobby, Carlos, Slick Rick, all seeing the flop. Carlos with the bottom 2 pair. Bobby with top pair and a gut shot. So plenty of opportunities for these two to get some chips in. Bet a 300 and a call. King of spades on the turn. Brings in the front door flush. And seemingly might slow down the action a little bit, but no, it's going to be a quick bet of 500 and a check call from Bobby. No help on the river. 4s and 3s. It's going to get shown down at the river. Jack of clubs. Nice little pot there for Carlos.
Yeah, turn that hat around. The hat that says "Don't be a little bee."
I was seeing if you had a nip button.
Yes, Walker, I have a knit button.
I do too. I do too. You're in good company.
I appreciate you asking.
Got Walker, Bobby, Heath, and JD still holding their knit buttons.
Yeah, you're good.
I don't know why
Shadows on.
me up beforehand.
Raise to 150.
Nice hand here for JD with the knit button to go ahead and open it up. Walker just going to let the King 7 suited go there. Definitely a spot you could think about coming in for at least a call, if not a 3-bet. But Slick Rick, the only defender, he does not have a knit button, so everybody's sort of rooting for Slick Rick here, at least the players such as Heath that do have a knit button remaining. JD's still in front with the ace-jack high as we go check. King of hearts now on the turn, neither player with the heart. So good to see another checky.
Check. Check.
We do. Yet another king on the end. Ace-jack high will be good at showdown. Love to see a little bet of 100 here from JD. Try to get called by the inferior ace high. Doesn't go for it.
200.
But Slick is going to try to bet his opponent off of a better ace high. And I just do not see JD folding this hand.
Now, JD started the night off making a good call with the ace high. He's going to do it again, get rid of his knit button.
Ace high.
Nice hand there.
You got a nip button, right?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Brace is going to look real good over there. Look real good. Huh?
The Dazzle JD.
Big. I like Randy's style, man. I like his style, man. It's like the golden teeth as well. Hey, no gold teeth. I think it's not this time. I don't know. Maybe it's going back.
Well, I'd love to tell you who is up and exactly how much so far tonight, but I will tell you that Z-Fish is probably our big winner so far. And Slick Rick, probably the bottom of the barrel so far.
That is definitely accurate. I think Bobby is up a fair bit. Benham also up.
Benham's up a little
in
bit,
my
yeah.
estimation. But yeah, we've had
I'd be down to get like a little gem. What am I doing?
No real big winners or losers outside of, I think, yeah, Z-Fish and, pardon me, and Slick Rick.
Kings making another appearance here.
7 total, yeah.
And yeah, it's down to Heath and Bobby with the knit button. So Heath here definitely not going anywhere with the hand as strong as the ace jack. Bobby here anti-sweating Heath.
Thank you again for asking. I appreciate that. Check.
No ace there for Heath, but a pretty innocuous looking flop for ace jack high.
$500.
They never picked up.
A little less than 1/3 continuation here from Walker.
My first job ever.
5 is good.
5 would be
Heath
Pocket 3
at least cutting out the 500 for a call. In fact, he's going to go ahead and 3x check raise 1,500. Music to Walker's ears here. The pair of kings. Yes, every once in a blue moon you can be behind something like 6-5 suited or ace-5 suited, but he is going to flick in the 1K, and Heath is not going to love that. 6 of clubs now on the turn. He's already gotten hand sort of caught in the cookie jar once this round of the knit game. And see if he's got the gumption to continue going for it after getting caught before. Stack to pot ratio under 1, as he is the effective stack. If he did have something like ace-5 or 6-5, yeah, he's all in.
3 times if that's what you want to do.
Snap call from Walker.
What are we doing?
He needs to hit an ace.
3 times? 3 times.
Wow, they're going to actually do it 3 times. 3 shots to hit an ace.
Drawing thin. No Barry Greenstein on any of those runouts, and Heath did have the gumption to go for it, but ran into it once again. And all of his chips are going to go over to Walker, who is now up to over $18,000 in front of him.
Just rowing.
He's getting more chips. He's 7 behind. He said he's 7,000 behind. Yeah, okay. Okay.
All right, so a little reload here for Heath as he's going to chip back up to 7,000. Limps in with 830.
Maybe a no look. This is hand number 70. We do have one more little misread here. It's going to be Carlos's hand.
Yes, MJ, that was a snap call with pocket kings.
300.
And makes the call.
And it's called.
He is in full-on F-it mode right now. He's trying to get that money right.
couple of calls with 8 high, and it's ace high here for JD.
Yeah, Carlos does not have 6-7, yeah.
300?
Okay.
I think Carlos actually has 6-3 of clubs, not 6-7 of clubs.
But Heath actually is in there with the correct holdings. 8-3 off.
Check. Check.
So Carlos now has 2 pair, 6s and 7s with a club draw. JD's got a bigger 2 pair, aces and 7s, club blocker, jack kicker in hand. And Heath, we don't know what the hell he's got.
He's going to fold it, whether it was 8-3 or not. He's out of there.
Heads up.
Meaningless 10 of diamonds here on the end. And let's see if Carlos wants to continue bluffing with his pair of 6s. He does not.
He's good.
Yeah, just tuning in, the ace-jack would never beat the 7-6 there. And you can't have a 7 of clubs in your hand and 1 on the board.
Thank you. 6-3.
Couple misreads tonight in some seats that normally we don't get those from. Normally it's that with the 2 seat and that 8 seat that sometimes cards get a little crossed over.
Let's play that back then.
Something might be wrong with the graphics.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Any hands you see from me that are weird, they're
What is this chat?
graphics.
Good question. I don't know. What is that chat?
What is Kittlecorn?
Yeah, after the hand that he had aces, it showed that he had aces again and folded it.
Raised to 100.
I probably did, but you don't want to be so suspicious. Let me muck one of these.
Yeah, that's a good try. Try that one.
They're like, oh, there's readers.
All right, looks like we got an open to 100 here from Slick Rick. As yeah, we're having a little bit of issues with
Yeah, he made it 100.
the action, but looks like everyone's going to fold. So Slick Rick is just going to go ahead and take this one down, and we'll move on to the next hand.
I'm talking about the other 99 hands.
Sometimes you play a hand wild enough that they're like, you know what, maybe the reader's just wrong. And then later they talk to you, you're like, no, that's what I had.
The hand that I ace out hard.
Oh, yeah.
Shot is on.
I had it.
All right, 50 is on. Sleeper straddle in effect for Slick Rick over here.
Double miss.
Shot is on. 300.
Raised to 300 from Heath. And Slick will defend the straddle.
Yes.
Heath with the birds.
Or
A little bit of an opportunity here for Heath to get something back as long as Slick can connect with the board in some way, and he does. Top pair, no kicker.
check it.
Heath checking. And yeah, with a top pair, no kicker sort of situation, Slick Rick going to check it back, go for a little bit of pot control with a very strong holding. Heath now going to overbet the pot, 700 into 610.
Yeah, always weird when your opponent checks flop out of position and then just comes back with an overbet there.
Yeah, it does feel like you're getting trapped, and this is one of those times, but top pair definitely too strong to go folding and does not connect with the king or the deuce on the end. Heath here, one more chance to go for value, and instead he's going to check. Try to induce a bet out of Slick Rick, and Maybe Slick, yeah, he's going to go and value own himself again, trying to get paid by ace-queen. And, yeah, he's going to feel like his hand is going to be best so often, but, I mean, Heath could have bet the 1400 and Slick Rick probably would have called, but instead we get the kind of rub it in your face a little bit, check, and let you value own yourself before I call you with the better hand, you know? Like, same result, but definitely feels a little different.
Then you, of course, get Bobby saying, and you get aces when you're getting rid of the knit button. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby.
Damn it, Bobby.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Nice hand indeed. So Bobby's going to lose the knit button game. Have to pay out the $800 and these 2 splash pots.
Why'd you have? I was gonna say, I should have been 1. So yeah, like 1. Yeah. I'll take the $5,000.
They're like yellow and pink.
Bobby, some 6s. Go ahead and limp it.
Yeah, this is fucking more.
Carlos will follow suit.
So sick.
JD gonna limp as well.
Yeah. I thought he was reaching for some raisin chips there.
All right. 6 players.
Here we go. 6 ways. Splash pot.
Wow. Ooh, middle set here for Heath. Back-to-back big ones.
Hearts for Slick Rick. Let's go.
Yeah, not a whole lot else here, though, so it's going to be tough to get paid with those 8s. Checks all the way through, in fact, and now there's clubs on the turn. It's a
straight flush
draw for Carlos.
How much? 500? Call 500.
Now's your time to shine, Heath.
Raised to
Got him
1500.
onto the hook, and he's going
There you
to
go.
small, just 1500.
Yeah, a little on the small side.
It's a little inviting, right? It's like, you can call with your flush draw, you can call with your straight draw, and I think while normally small bets are sort of very rational things to do into multiple opponents, just because you can kind of leverage each other off of one another. The fact that there's still a player to left to act behind Slick Rick, you can kind of leverage that off of him. If you make the price too good, you're just not going to apply enough pressure, and this is exactly the scenario we've got here. Both flush draws and the straight draw for Carlos, of course, straight flush draw, are going to get to see this river for a very reasonable price, and there it is. It's the heart flush for Slick Rick with 7-3 of hearts, and this is just a disaster for Heath.
Fold.
Massive bet here. Absolutely massive bet here from Slick Rick. And Heath, I think, yeah, he is already lining up to make the call here. He has the 8 of hearts as well.
Hey, she said you're not coming in next minute.
And this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt.
Flush.
Nice hand.
Big pot there for Slick. Gets paid off to the max on the end with the 7 high flush. And yeah, the splash pots will do weird things to people, you know. Start limping in with some weird hands and pocket 8s there where maybe normally you would raise, but you see all these people limping and you feel like, oh, maybe I'll just see a flop. Oh, yeah, just kind of gross.
Yeah, it really was. A lot of ways to avoid that, but once you go multi-way like that, what's 6-handed? Front door flush getting there.
7-3.
There's Jason Barlow, our friend from across the pond. What's going on?
I see why.
Oh, it's this guy.
Get a load of this guy.
This guy.
Raise 750.
Gotta be awesome having JD to your immediate left. You know, just gotta love that. Getting 3-bet all night long. Z-Fish here. Queen 8 offsuit. He's defended some pretty raggy stuff against JD, but he's not gonna do it with this one. Let's it go.
Right, C5's adding on 5,000.
Me or you?
Appreciate it, JD.
You're trying to put with him.
You have like 9
I needed a club, queen. I had a straight flush draw, open-ended.
Clubs, right?
Carlos adding on for 5,000.
Oh wait, you got to the river. For some reason I thought you
Another
folded
combo
the turn.
draw, probably. Like,
Yeah. I thought you
Maybe
folded the
best
turn.
hand. 7-3. 7-3.
Yeah, I think I saw
At least 2.
At least 2.
minimum. But I think he played the 4.
Posting with queen 10.
Did you fold? I wasn't sure if you folded this card.
Oh, I was going to triple.
Alright, anyway. I knew my first one.
You're really like what, 13?
Could not do that.
Small blind. So, I mean, he just checks on the flop.
Well, I don't know what he is.
Sorry.
Z-Fish going to raise this up to 150. Slick Rick going to make the call out of the small blind.
Is the net on?
Bobby going to let go that 8-5.
It's always on between us.
Venom's going to come along, though, with that suited queen 6. Hoping for some clubs.
Bluff and get there.
150?
Nobody with a heart in hand. Z-Fish flopping the best of it.
Respect. I wish Carlos had hearts. That would make sense. Can you break this way?
Yeah, you just
Bet it out. Take it down.
Snap. Fucking mega snap.
Straight flush, open.
What about 4,000? Boom.
just snap jam.
Snap jam. 6K or whatever.
All right, hand number 76 coming at y'all.
Yeah, a straight door.
Looks like
you're
Carlos was trying to put some sort of straddle out there, but there we go. Looks like it's going to be 1025 and 100. Or did he make it 50? Oh, he just didn't have 2 green chips. Okay, he's going to make it 50 to go for the straddle.
One time.
Any club, any queen, any 7, any 9. No heart.
Red Ducks for Tim under the gun. Limp. Slick Rick going to limp the 9-7 suited on the button.
Which dealers like you? Because maybe you should
Venom in there.
The ladies do.
Carlos
We got one
just
coming next.
scoops up those 2 green chips as a call.
And the strippers like you.
And Ace Jack 10, 2-tone. Top pair for Carlos. And
They
he'll
don't like
lead
it so much.
straight
I
up.
try to break change with them.
Limp pot, top pair, good enough.
You ask if they can
Takes
chop
it
this?
down.
Yeah. No, I try to get the first half of the song, and then just, yeah, we're done.
Oh, I need your card.
Oh, but I.
Wow.
Look at that.
What an angle.
Look at that. He had
The
he
strip
kept his
club
cards.
angles.
He almost kept his cards. No wonder this dealer don't like you. He said it first.
They keep the room down there in Austin nice and cold.
Well, I mean, you know.
Yeah, most of the time it is quite chilly in here. That is definitely true.
Yeah, it is cold tatas in here tonight, boy. Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I always bring a hoodie. There are, I would say, some rare occasions when the heat is not set to, you know, like 60. And it's, you know, you can sit in there with your t-shirt on. But certainly if you're anywhere near one of the vents,
Easy
it's not
game,
happening. And it makes sense, you know, a lot of people run hot and like it cool. So
For sure.
It's easier to add layers than to take off, so definitely does make sense. But yeah, I don't run that hot to stay comfortable at 6 with a just t-shirt.
Let's get JD, man. I'm sick of it. He said let's get JD.
All right, $50 straddle on. JD first to act, and
talking shit to Z-Fish for fucking a year.
Here we go. Another misread.
Yeah, it shows that Z-Fish has aces. He does not have aces, unfortunately. I do apologize to everyone for all of the technical issues that we are having here, but Z-Fish did not just call from the straddle with the aces. He has ace 3, as it were.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know if you were there or not. Yeah, I'll check. Sorry about that.
He's apparently adding on for another 10K, so he is undeterred by the damage he has taken here as of late.
225.
Slick Rick gonna make the call here with the ace high and the gut shot. Excuse me, the double gut shot. No improvement.
Ace high. D2.
Ace 3 shown down by Z-Fish. Ace 10. The 10 playing. Should be good for Slick Rick.
So glad space. So sick, so sick.
What a gross game.
So gross.
Trainwreck Tyler.
Oh, man, what a
They're calling him Trainwreck Tyler now. That hand, clearly not one of them. The hand he dealt between Z-Fish and Slick earlier, though, boy, that was nasty.
Yeah, that was a bit of a train wreck. Perhaps avoidable. In fact, several of the hands that we've seen play out
have really been avoidable,
pots,
haven't they?
They have. You know, it's like if you just sort of stick to the standard script instead of deviating, then that whole hand plays differently. And yeah, calling ace-6 suited out of position, definitely one that comes to mind. There was the
You're gonna get raised for flashing.
pocket eights not raising pre-flop, of course. There were several others, I think, where just it was a hand class that would normally either just be folded or raised that wasn't, and led to a very different result.
We're good to go? This was a call? Yeah, call. Okay. Alright, fine.
All right, Slick Rick gonna raise it up from the low jack, ace 4 off. Venom, Carlos make the call, and those 3 players will see a flop.
What are you doing in Miami?
We're just trying to escape.
We're on C2. C5 called 450.
Miami's way too crowded, man.
I was gonna tell you this is a bad time of year to go to Miami. You should go in like the winter. Yeah. Nobody. The winter's when I like the snowboards and stuff there too, but like it's like when the top board is hot. And this time of year it's hot.
So Benham decided to 4-bet this one to 450. Carlos on the button making the call with the jack 9 of hearts. And Slick Rick coming along as well with the ace 4 offsuit. Well, 3 ways here. Almost 1,500 in the pot already.
I was so happy. Yeah.
What a flop for Slick Rick.
Very happy.
Not out of the woods, of course. Both players with draws, but my goodness, bottom trips.
Yeah, some of those, like, you saw these videos, these lines at like 3 a.m. It's like 400 people deep or something. Yeah. I was trying to think of like how like I felt.
And when you've pretty much just been getting torched most of the night, it feels like, all right, the poker gods are going to give me a little bit of a rebate here. I've got bottom trips, a bet and a call in front of me. How big do we make it, and what can we get called by?
Raise to 2,000.
There is the raise to 2K. Venom. Yeah, sort of immediately out of there. It doesn't matter what kind of backdoors he might have to go with the immediate gut shot. You're just super far behind your opponent's value range. Carlos
happened, but there was
not
just,
going
like,
anywhere,
there was a
makes the
security
call,
issue or
looking
something
for a
with-
heart.
I don't know if it's all flights or just Southwest again. But,
And oh my God, he
there's, like,
picks up a
same thing.
combo
Like,
draw, the
it's
offsuit 10. Are you
yeah,
serious?
I had a friend that missed a flight.
Nasty, nasty turn there.
Airline that wasn't affected by this Microsoft.
For that one,
And
yeah.
with 6K in the middle, Slick Rick loves the overbets here. He may just go for it all. And I don't know if Carlos can fold this hand.
Yeah, I saw that too.
He said all in. I call. That's a call.
Oh my goodness, this is a big one.
Yeah, 2 times.
2 times Carlos needing
Combo draw.
complete the straight or the flush. There's the
Great.
straight,
Bink, bink.
and that is not going to do anything.
No big big.
Chop it up. And wow.
21, almost 22K, getting chopped up
I
there.
mean, he got it in with a lot of
Hit twice.
Yeah, the super combo draw on the turn. What a spicy card that 10 of spades was.
Oh, what a feeling to bank the first one too. Just knowing that, oh, now now I get all the other outs, all those hard outs, plus the straight outs. One more time. Yeah, BJ in the chat, we feel your pain, man. This table's been rocking for a long time, and we'll probably have 1 or 2 misreads a night. Usually it's because of the players doing something, and tonight it's just been really out of whack. So we do apologize. We've had a smooth sailing and run these streams on Saturdays and Tuesdays every week, and have just not had this many issues. So we do apologize. Hope to get that all worked out.
What should I do? Nice hand.
Yeah. Human beings very prone to errors. Technology very prone to errors. You mix the two, you're bound to get all sorts of stuff. But yeah, this is always unfortunate. Definitely do always strive for excellence here on TCH Live, and it is a challenge when we are dealing with the inevitable errors, but at a higher than usual frequency. So yeah, hopefully get those stats sorted out for next time as well. Of course, it's always nice to be able to see how people are faring over the course of the night as far as VPIPs and stack sizes, etc. So yeah, hopefully you guys will come back and join us again next week, and things will be improved.
325.
Bobby's been a little quiet of late. He opened this pot up and gets rewarded with a flush draw. Nobody else really holding anything except a couple overcards.
Queen high is good, isn't it?
Right now it is.
Heath calling it out. Says queen high is good, isn't it? Indeed. Good read, sir.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, $100 straddle is on. Slick Rick here gonna try to spice things up a little bit more.
Is that a triple straddle?
No, that's double. Double straddle.
It's a double
You can have the triple.
You can have the triple now. That's 200.
Double
Don't let your dreams be dreams, Bobby.
Exactly.
Bobby gonna wish he did put the triple straddle on. And he just lets everybody know that he got a good hand, but then he limps, so kind of.
A little psych there.
Yeah, I actually like it, right? If you're going
you're gonna
to
talk.
give away,
Yeah.
yeah, if you're gonna give away, like, oh, if I knew I was gonna get that, and then raise, right? I don't know. I mean, I guess you could be doing it with some bullshit, but I don't usually advocate for limping. But
700.
It
kind
may
of a
work.
funny situation, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's going to work here because Slick Rick wakes up with the ace jack.
How much?
23.
23? 2300.
And he goes for the limp back raise. Oh, it's incredible. Now would be a bad time for Slick Rick to think that Bobby's up to no good. Brendan joining us in the chat. I'm doing very well. How are you, my friend? Welcome on in. Slick Rick here. 1,600 to call if you wanted to play from out of position. Gotta tell you, Eric, I'm getting a bad feeling. Oh, never mind. Feeling averted. I thought he was about to do something spicy.
The disciplined young man.
Stepped in it there.
Should have double straddled the speech.
Yeah,
I should have double straddled the speech. Yep, they're picking up on it a little bit.
Ready to what I was going to do when he jammed there. You know, like, what am I going to do? Like,
Ace queen suited, I'm just.
can I fold?
I better get another gamble in
It's a
here.
guard hand.
On a hot streak, winning one time. See if I can get
Might have
another.
him dominating.
Drawn thin.
Might be drawn thin. That's right.
You know what I do?
150?
So you know what I would do.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not folding.
You're not scared.
Here we go. Aaron rolled the gamble.
See you at the room.
Looks like 450. It is.
You're just itching to get it in bad, aren't you?
Aww.
He lied.
27 womp. Toast.
Exactly.
Big loser.
Get
Yeah.
in bad. We still got outs, you know?
Real bad at this game, man. They're throwing the towel.
That's pretty hard. We are having a discussion.
Wow, Z-Fish getting out of line here with the Jack 4 off. Carlos making the call with a couple of sevens for 450 here.
Not with one card.
I mean, and assuming the other guy
Well,
has
assuming the other guy
There
has
for
at least a
Z-Fish.
pair.
Yeah, no, not with one card.
You can't be ahead. You can't be ahead.
The most
Just one card to come. The most outs you can have is like 24, isn't it?
How the hell do you get
Oh,
A
it's
little under half
yeah,
pot.
2 overs.
Really?
2 overs.
One overcard though for Carlos. I don't think he should be going anywhere, but he does just let that go.
23 or 24 that you can have.
That would be
48 out.
And Z-Fish sort of slaps the Jack 4 down on the table face up, just kind of showing off a little bit. And
I'll take the hand.
I don't know, those always feel a little bit needly to me when someone 3-bets you with hot garbage, then bets you out of the hand, slaps it down at
Two of them are
you.
in the flush draw.
I'll take the hand.
Two of them are
In your face.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking about the straight draw. Would be
that's
6,
what I think about you.
plus 9 flush. That's 15.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Jedi Master losing 10,000
Two of them are in the flush.
loyalty points with a double womp
I'm
womp.
an idiot. I'm
How
an
is
idiot.
this kid looking up at his
So it's
game?
24, isn't it? Is it 24?
Yeah, he's got plenty to spare.
Plenty of points to spare indeed.
25 to call. Alright, call.
Yeah, no, I was.
Raise to 100. Yeah, he raised.
All right, limp train initiated. Going to be derailed by Z-Fish in the hijack with 2 red 6s. Bumps it up to 100. And Walker now.
But I had a good hand.
Go for the squeeze out of the small blind with the Jack 9 suited. Z-Fish
Spidey senses went off a little
gonna
bit.
make the call. And we'll go heads up to a flop.
You love 73 suited. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, I see, I see.
You don't even.
I forget.
I didn't hear you. Well, now I want to know.
He said 73
King
suited.
trade
so
to
he said we
tone.
Okay.
Not the kind of board Z-Fish had in mind.
I can't make
Walker here.
That's a tough one.
No real connection to this board other than the fact that he is the 3-better.
Alright, Bobby, what about this? You got like king queen hearts.
75. He's got
The
advice.
bluff is like jack,
So
jack,
he'll just go ahead and continuation bet and take it down. The jack up.
like jack, jack, 10, 7 or something.
Okay.
Jack 10 of hearts. And they have deuces. Now you got counterfeit outs too. We can add like another like.
Jedi Master Ted down 400k this year. Do you like keep a spreadsheet of your
His hand last night.
loyalty points or what, man? I mean, you have 4.4 million of them. You're only down 9%, but
No, did the cards, should the lights not change if they have their
feels
cards?
bad, man. Sorry.
Take him to the bank, baby. Cash him in.
Yeah, seriously, dude. It's time to retire on top.
It'd be really quick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'd be behind. Yeah.
150?
With one card count?
Yeah.
So if it was like Jack, 10,
Oh, I didn't think about
6
top
or
outs, yeah.
something, yeah.
Well, you counterfeit them. You counterfeit them.
Yeah,
The board double
Or not
pairs, you
top outs,
counterfeit
yeah,
them.
counterfeit.
I was thinking that.
Got it. You get to do.
Yeah, I got it.
That's my last hand now.
See, this is. I feel like
All right, raised 150 and a couple of calls.
So with one card to come, you would be ahead there?
Yeah.
Slightly.
Players, King, Jack 6, Rainbow flop, and up and down for JD.
Before the council.
No help
I wanted to put it
on the
before
turn for any of these players. Pair of
I never
jacks
thought
got
of
him
that. That's
steal
a good,
fast.
brain teaser. Yeah.
325?
Sounds like Head's got a whole plot that he looks at. He's like, my peak. I was 90K away from 5 million. Now here I am, stuck. 4.4. Ace of spades on the river. Benham goes from best to worst. JD now has the nizzles. Checks to him. Goes for a healthy 3/4 pot size bet. And I'm here, peering at the board, trying to find a hand that he beats.
Give me a beer, one.
Let's go. Chop Keeler.
Does settle on the fold, gets away from it, and JD will not get paid.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, good luck, y'all.
We're getting close to put the coin in the corner.
All right, Tyler, good job there, buddy. The stash came in. It did work. Got some shout outs from his family. And we got Miss Dina coming in now. Finish off our night. Still got another hour and a half left of our Tuesday night live stream here from TCH Live, Dallas, Texas.
Yes.
We are
While
through
we're doing a little
86
dealer-
hands.
Absolutely right. While we're doing a little dealer change here, what do you say we talk about the upcoming tournaments that are going to be coming at you guys in the Dallas area? We've got over 2 million in guarantees, just about a month away, August 20th through September 3rd, 2 weeks, 18 events, 2 million plus in guarantees. It's going to be played at both TCH Las Colinas and Texas Card House Dallas. Check it out on Poker Atlas or at texascardhouse.com for more information.
Yeah, if you guys have played at any of the other Poker Atlas events, they do put on good tournaments.
I've done at least 9 of them.
Lots of different events, seniors events, some mixed games events, Holde'm, PLO, you name it.
4.
Yeah, the opening weekend going to be a 500K guarantee, no limit Holde'm, and the main event going to be a 1 million guarantee, no limit Holde'm tournament. So, yeah, definitely some good spicy pots there to be won. Hopefully, I will be at the final table, winning some of that money myself, as those will be live streamed, of course.
I bet you that he hits the nuts.
Pair board.
We got a boat?
No boats. No boats.
You gotta wind it in. Wind it in with the kid, you know?
Yep.
Couple of 5-6s there on
I
that
didn't win.
2, 3, 4 PLO board.
Win.
Chop that up
I did not win.
between Walker and JD there. And back to Holde'm. I'm sure we'll get that knit button game going in just a second.
You guys want to do Nicky one more time?
What'd you have before that? Probably was good.
We'll do Nicky after potty break.
You going to be able to play the even bigger one this weekend?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to fire, I think, tomorrow. Probably just one bullet this time. I fired a few too many last time. Broke my rule. Normally, if I don't make it to day 2 on the first bullet, I play cash. Try to get that buy-in back super quick, playing the next flight. And yeah, we did that one too many times without getting those buy-ins back. So we gave it hell. Just didn't make day 2.
Gotcha, gotcha. Well, better luck tomorrow. Hopefully you spin it up to a bag, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Go get him, Tiger.
All right, Z-Fish, early position open with the ace-queen-o. Heath calls in between, and Slick Rick goes for the 3-bet on the button, makes it 800 to go, so a big chunky raise. Z-Fish here playing the same stack depth as Slick Rick, both players on 22K. He is going to make the call. Heath is out of there, and with at least one of Z-Fish's outs missing, we're going to go heads up to a flop. Slick Rick in position with the betting lead, and it comes ace high, giving the best hand to Z-Fish. Small continue here from Slick Rick in position on the ace high board. Z-Fish here, one of the best hands he's going to have, but up against a very strong range. Just going to make the call. Front door flush completing 7 of hearts on the turn. Checky, checky. No 10 means Z-Fish will finish with the best of it here on the river. See if he goes for value or just checks it over to Slick Rick. Does go for about 1/3 on the river. Gets a quick fold.
Z-Fish continues his good run tonight.
Somehow.
It was hitting that 6 on the river. Kind of helped.
Yeah.
I think I've only won 2 hands.
You guys want to start thinking now, or?
Works for me.
Yeah?
Good. Yeah, I don't care.
I saw that. I saw that card.
What is it?
It's a black 10.
We're doing it right now?
No, maybe next.
You're correct.
Want this hand?
Oh,
Next
this
hand?
hand? Yeah, it works for me. Yeah, I was.
Hope I didn't.
This hand or next hand?
Next
Which
hand,
one?
next hand, next hand.
Already.
Next hand,
Pass
next
on the
hand.
button,
I
next hand.
I had a card mug. I mean, the whole thing's out of
Raise,
whack.
75.
I saw. It's a weird hand to start on. You know? Next hand, next hand.
JD.
You chopped it.
Raise to 75 from Z-Fish with a couple of jacks. Heath tries to sneak in there with 4-3-0, and Slick Rick gonna wake up with the big Slick.
Are you ready for
Raise
this hat?
450.
I have.
Okay.
I'm not little though. It says little.
450 to go.
Big boy.
Fish here, once again, just gonna call,
I can be charged as an adult.
and
so I'm not
Heath
little.
will once again go for the call fold. And it's gonna be heads up, a rematch of the previous hand. Z-Fish coming out on top of that one. We'll see how he fares against Slick Rick with the ace king this time around.
What do you weigh?
Wait.
Give it to him in kilograms. The fuck with
Yeah.
it. Give it to him in kilograms. Make him do the
75
math.
kilograms.
Make
How
him
many
do the math.
stones? How many stones is that?
Yeah, I have
A reversal of fortunes this time, ace high
I
board,
couldn't figure out how to change it, so I just threw it
favoring
away.
Slick Rick.
I looked up the manual online, but I'm not messing with it. So, yeah. And I'm
Check,
not looking
check.
at the convert every time I want to. So,
Z-Fish picking up a gut shot to Broadway.
Amazon.
Really?
Yeah. No, it was in pounds for a while. But it was like I went to college. I left it at home. Went to college. Came back like for Christmas break or something. Stepped on it and it was like in stones.
Somebody probably just
Maybe. I don't know.
Slick Rick going for the low frequency check on ace high board.
Heinous. Yeah,
With a
exactly.
3-bet pot.
Yeah, that's-
Goes for the delayed continuation bet, 425 now.
Was the Wi-Fi enabled?
Z-Fish here, Yeah, he's going to make the call with that gut shot. Probably has 6 pure outs, right? Can hit the king or jack.
They have these 5-year-old scales.
Some jacks, of course, not going to be good for him, but there is the king on the end, and what goes from a huge lead on the flop for Slick Rick turns into a devastating reversal of fortunes. Z-Fish here now going to finish with the best of it. 1860 in the middle. Goes for 950 again. It's a repeat of last time the river bet. And Slick Rick is like, yeah, I have top 2, so I call, and that sucks.
And that just sucks.
Z-Fish with Slick Rick's number here tonight. Things just going his way.
Can I get the rubber one?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here. Who wants the rubber one?
Sometimes that's the way this game goes. One guy or gal at the table just has your number. They keep kicking you around like a piñata, chips just falling out of you left and right. And they're always the ones scooping them up. Feels pretty brutal sometimes when that's the case. Other times it's everybody at the table whacking you for chips. So, you know, just the way it goes. Sometimes you're the one receiving all the chips all the time too, so you know, gotta take the good with the bad. And tonight, Z-Fish got a lot of the good. JD under the gun, opening to 150, and Heath making a quick call. 9 off. Heath getting a little bit punchy, I think. Trying to come in with all of these unsuited connectors. He's going to connect with the top pair here.
Check.
He is going to pot it here. Says, I'm just going to take the 500. And there we go. He's going to take that one down. And get rid of the nip. How did he fold from JD?
I know. That's all bullshit, isn't it?
It's me. That's an asshole. Nice.
I mean, play itself.
Jay Stevens says showing the bluff got him paid with the virtual nuts. Perhaps you're talking about the Jack 4 from earlier. But yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of big bluffs get shown. Most of them have been sort of Slick Rick over there bluffing and well, Heath actually ran a couple of big bluffs that did not get through. So yeah, we've had quite a few big bluff attempts that have sort of succeeded for a couple of players and not so much for others. Top pair, no kicker here for Z-Fish. Still the best hand through the turn. However, Walker picking up straight and flush draws. And wow, it's checked through such that Heath can find a rivered set of 8s.
300.
Vaulting him into the lead. He was a very small favorite. And he's only going to call. Oh.
What the hell?
I mean, it is kind of tough to think about this board texture and what hands are going to call you that you beat. There are some 2-pair combos, maybe even some 1-pair combos when it just like checked all the way through and it's like, how do you actually have anything, right? Like you can make it look like you're just sort of bluffing. But yeah, it's a pretty tight just call with the rivered set, that is for sure. Still nice to win a pot, of course, when you've been forced to rebuy multiple times. So I'll take that.
Raise 150.
You raise that. That's what I'm saying. If I raise, I'm not in front. And it was 8s again. That's what I had against him. It was set of 8s.
checked it the whole way and didn't bet the flush.
Yeah, you're right, Jay. The flush was possible. However, a little bit unlikely that the flush is out there. Check through on the turn and then half pot from Z-Fish. I think Z-Fish never checks a flush and then only bets half pot on the river with a flush. I don't know, that's just me. But here we are, 3 players to the 3 clubs on the turn. Slick Rick picking up a club flush draw. Bobby gonna bet his ace high, which is the best hand. And I suspect Slick Rick here is checking this hand with the intention of check raising, but let's find out here in a moment.
15. Right, raise the 15.
Well, if you're gonna say BS, you gotta make the call, right?
Takes another peek. Definitely giving away the limited strength of his hand a little bit. Should he have been interested in continuing, he is going to fold and gets shown the king high. Definitely was bullshit, and we even rabbit hunt the river for good measure.
Probably.
He knows he was getting there.
There's a special club.
Yeah, so Jay, I don't know. There's a couple of different philosophies on how to value your hands, right? But one thing that we could say with certainty is that when you check the turn with pocket eights
I'm supporting the
and
whole catalog at this point.
And if he misses,
have no potential for any straights or flushes with your hand, but then river a set, like you have the best hand that you're ever going to have with that combo. So at the very least, you would suspect that there's some value in thinking about raising. Now, of course, you have to construct your whole range and think about, well, how many other hands am I going to have, and what are they going to want to do after checking turn, and they have improved to some sort of strong hand or a trap. How am I going to bet those? But I don't know. I definitely think that it is really gross if you bet, or Z-Fish bets 300, you raise, and then somehow get re-raised, either by the player left to act or by Z-Fish. That does feel really gross. And it's going to be pretty tough to maneuver that situation. So if you'd rather not think about how to deal with it, then yeah, you'd probably just call. That is a rational thing to do. Vic been hanging out with us for 2 hours and says he can finally comment. Thank you for the entertaining evening. Well, thank you, Vic, for tuning in. Thank you for those kind words. We're happy to have you, and hope you'll enjoy the rest of the stream with us. We'll be live for about another hour and 20 minutes as Bobby and Slick Rick here. Going to see a 7 of diamonds on the turn. No improvement for either player. Bobby still well out in front. As we've got another rematch from the previous hand. Slick Rick here. Going to continue barreling, see if he can get this one through. I'm not sure if Bobby can hang on, and he does let it go.
Yeah, glad you could jump in there, Vic, and get in the comments like Aaron said. We feel like a lot of ways this isn't our best stream, so we're glad you think it's entertaining. We've had a lot of technical difficulties, and we're powering through it. Still have over 200 of y'all with us, so we, just like everybody else, don't always have our best or perfect nights in here, but we're making the most of it and getting to watch some pretty fun poker tonight with a good group of guys, and they've kept it entertaining for us too with a little table talk and banter back and forth. So hope y'all are enjoying.
Absolutely right. A couple of sixes for Benham. JD with the 6-5 suited and the nip button. He put it out there on the button to let everybody know that he's got his. And he is going to squeeze it up to 500. Benham with a pretty easy call here. Heads up to a flop we go. right, very good. Tuning in from Montreal for Slick Rick. Very good. Happy to have you. Nice board here for JD to continue to show down the 6 high as the winner and to release the knit button. A couple of shout outs for the poker tournaments coming to the Dallas area, but let's not forget that if you're in or around the RGB area down in the Rio Grande Valley, come on in to TCH RGB for the 100K guarantee, 25K guaranteed first place tournament running from July 25th through August 5th. Only a $200 buy-in. The Valley Poker Open 100K guarantee. Check out the website, texascardhouse.com, navigate to the RGB page, or check us out on Poker Atlas for more information.
And if you want to get on the old Google and look up Rio Grande Valley, the town is actually Edinburgh, Texas. I know a lot of folks aren't that familiar with the Rio Grande Valley. It's quite a hike from the DFW area, but if you're in San Antonio or maybe somebody wants to go down to the coast, do a little swimming, do a little fishing,
Did you grow out of that club, or are you still?
and play some poker while you're down there, 25K first place guarantee for a $200 buy-in. It's pretty badass.
You've elevated to a board seat.
Yeah. Absolutely. Really nice club too down there. I've got to go down there and play a little bit, so go check it out.
You're sending in proxy votes at this point?
Yeah. I was also told once, somebody asked me if my job paid well. And I was like, why? And they said, if you play poker, like, you fucking hate me. Like, doesn't play that well. Word.
$100 straddle on. Or else that's just a limp from Carlos. No, $100 straddle it is.
Been very interesting getting my money back right now. It all seems very interesting. Could I get a coffee?
Walker can't believe it. He's like, come on, man. Let me just get one through. I just opened the button with 10-4-0.
Sometimes I'm like, you know what? Yeah. I'm locking it up. I'm stuck 20K. I'm locking it up right here. Get it all from me.
Don't listen to him, bro. Just say it. I mean, I'm only playing aces or kings from here on out, all right? That's it. That's it. It's 5,000 before to see the flop. I don't care what's in there. It's 5,000 to see the fucking
flop. I wish you luck with this strategy.
I can't see a flaw.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's going to work out.
I'm getting called with all kinds of crazy things.
I mean, Slick Rick did rip it for, what, 7,800 earlier into about a $500 pot, so, you know, give it a try. Maybe somebody will call you.
I think it was a little bit more than that, but you're right. It was a big jam. It was definitely a big jam.
200 was too much.
Jacko.
That's right in the slot.
Had 2 players behind him that could have like taken most of his stack had they woken up with a hand. Pretty spicy. 3 players to a flop. The 9 triz for Carlos does not connect with the board somehow. Heath with the toppest of pairs. That's the best of it. You're absolutely right. JD does always have something to talk about.
Good luck, Ollie.
Tim with a bet of 325 with 2 overcards.
I think Bobby just told him good luck all in, too. He's got 13K in his stack, 800 in the pot. Bobby's over there talking shit, saying good luck all in.
Oh my goodness.
What
he just folded top pair?
For 300 bucks?
I dare say that Heath is a little bit out of sorts here.
Like I said, good value bet.
Zigging when he should zag and zagging when he should zig at a couple of different locations throughout the evening, and we all know how that goes. We have all been there, and it is a tough place to be in, a tough place to navigate in the moment, but hopefully Heath can turn things around, find some good hands here towards the end of the stream. We've still got about an hour and 15. least while the cameras are running,
Raise. 75.
get things turned around. Damn it, Baba. Black 4 is just going to call. Against a couple of suited queen 6s and a 9-7-0.
Check, check.
You were hand early, Tony.
At 100.
Count was like 2 hands earlier too. I pocket 7s.
Nice and rainbow too. If I have
He's
that,
going to get that one through with queen high, easy peasy.
Blocked away.
You already won?
That's a terrible flop. Pocket 4.
Thank you. I'll give you
You fold 3 flops though, right?
No.
Looks like Carlos, the only one
Yeah, I think it's safe to say.
interested in putting the $100 straddle on, as
Not
we've
necessarily.
had 50s
You have a pair?
pretty consistent.
No, hell no.
Had a queen.
You know?
$50.
That's to the queen.
Nah, you keep
Walker will not be punished by a raise from Slick Rick this time. But Bobby will hit him with it with the birds.
Looks like it may not end up back in
Walker
the stack.
cannot catch a break. But he will get shown the birds. And we'll be like, well, okay. Good fold. Good fold, me.
Shadow. Thank you.
3 players still with a knit button. Venom,
I was thankful for it.
Carlos,
Glad you didn't slow play.
That's the last bit.
and Walker there.
You
Who
would've
has
gotten
tried
the
to
same amount
no
of
avail to even just see a flop as the betting leader, or with the betting lead. He just keeps getting 3-bet out of the pot before the flop.
Raise. 150. Fold.
C-fish here. A call from the big blind. And a rematch. Indeed, ace-9 versus the jack-10. It's another ace-high board. Seems like whenever these guys play each other, it gets
125.
ace-high flop. Backdoor royal flush draw
That's
for
right.
Z-fish. Can't go folding that.
60% to the royal. Got to get in there. Womp womp.
Whole lot of nothing there. Checks once again. Slick Rick has the 9 of diamonds. Can definitely go for a bet check bet line here every once in a while. Actually, I think it's pretty decent with one of your sort of more middling aces. And looks like that's the route we're going. River 4 of clubs. C-fish with just jack high. Actually, it'll be kind of tough to have an unpaired hand at this point. So yeah, this is the kind of hand you're gonna want to bet.
I got jack high.
Alright, finally. He's off the snide.
Off the schneid.
He owed you like the first hour and a half, though, didn't he? I mean, every hand he was coming at you. He was winning every hand. He was. I was feeling hard for you, bro. I was like, boy, he's just humbling you over
I
here.
know, man.
He said he owned you.
Yeah, no, the first hour and a half. I mean, you forgot. That's the big pot.
Oh, you gotta love the peanut gallery.
He did.
Oh.
You know, like giving you their take on like how someone's owning you or whatever. I love it.
We've had some good characters in the last month or so on this stream that are kind of new to it, and Bobby's one of them, and Muskie is another player who's been a lot of fun with some good banter, some good trash talking. Gotta love it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bobby. I like it. I like the way he's played. He's definitely pretty snug, but I like his style. Tim here. Opportunity to squeeze the button once again. does not exercise that right. JD thinks about it and is like, surprised he doesn't go for the call though, just opting into the sort of strategy I think that Alvin would promote, which is don't call from those positions, either 3-bet or just fold. Got it.
I thought I was getting into the 4-bet.
Tim will be rewarded with top pair, top kicker. Slick Rick, top pair, 9 kicker.
Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
Gotta get rid of my nip button.
At 800. Cool.
I've got 25 or so behind.
Tim says he's got 25 or so behind, so seemingly substantially less than what we see on screen for his stack depth.
Base. 2,000.
Slick Rick looking to play for all of it. He is going to raise.
All right, I'm on.
All in.
Good luck, Eugene.
Twice.
You going 2 times.
Slick Rick gonna need to find some backdoor spades or a 9 to improve. Doesn't get it there.
Oh,
there's
9
the
ball.
9. And they're gonna chop it up.
Those pair on the
2
bottom.
pair on the bottom. Good.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, yep, chop it up.
Got to imagine Tim was feeling pretty bad about those runouts. He sees the spade on the top river and then the spade right on the turn. He's like, flush probably just got me twice.
Just jack on.
All right, we got any of the tournament grinders out there in the chat? Let me know. Who's going to be up there for the Poker Atlas Tour, Texas Card House Dallas, TCH Social Las Colinas, August 20th through September 3rd, 2 million plus in guarantees. I'm going to try to be there for at least the main event, 1 million guaranteed for that one. Should be an absolute blast. Really looking forward to it. Let me know in the chat if you're going to be up there for that.
I still had mine when I asked you.
Yeah, it's big,
incredible.
Big fun.
Is that supposed to make me feel bad?
Couple weeks of really fun tournaments going on at both locations. You can go back and forth between the Las Colinas and Dallas locations. Firing in these tournaments, of course, cash games will be going on as well. It is just a blast.
Leave him laying out in the middle of the street.
You can feel those competitive juices in the air when you're in the room during those weeks, man. It's just a blast to be a part of it.
You can feel the juices in the air?
The competitive juices, I did say. I didn't just say the juices.
Well, whether they're competitive or not, you can feel them in the air. I mean, that's
Bring your umbrella, folks, because there will be juices. You heard it here first.
Slick Rick flops the overpair on the flop, but Carlos is going to catch up on the turn. Walker's still in there with a gutty, but ace changes nothing. Pair of queens from Carlos if we get to showdown.
Gonna hit you with a Nickelodeon slime.
There you go. Yeah, you get slimed. You walk through the door.
Yeah, if you're too competitive, we'll just slime you.
Slimed.
I don't think I was getting you off that one.
All right, Carlos, gonna take it down.
We're talking down here. Right? This is
okay. That's how I get you.
Yeah, this is a private, closed conversation.
Shout out to Miss Dina doing some great dealing. She's one of my favorites in the room. One of my favorite no-nonsense dealers when the players get out of line a little bit. She loves to straighten them out. And we had a funny situation the other day. This guy gave her $100 for chips and said, when she handed him $100 in chips, he goes, "I gave you 100." And she looked at him and goes, "I gave you 100." He was so confused. He was one of those players who was trying to short buy for like $60. He gave her 100, and he was like, "Why did she give me 100 in chips? You know, I wanted 60 in chips." She said, "Well, you gave me 100. I gave you 100." And he just could not understand it, and we laughed at that for about an hour. She's fun.
Nice.
She is a fun one.
Got a couple of responses here. We got Mr. RJ DePrizzle himself says he feels the juices and he'll be there.
Okay.
And Mr. Will Lottie also going to be up here for some of the series.
There you go.
Open for some of the mixed events. Excellent.
Walker was hoping you did it.
Pocket jacks are going around. Carlos will wield them this time, and it does block a pair to the board.
Both options not horrible.
Carlos.
Back-to-back hands.
Either one was okay.
Damn it, Bobby, get that $50 straddle on because Benham's already got the 100 out there.
He's got to eat his little desiccant packet first.
Definitely don't want to eat that. Make sure you're getting the jerky first.
A2 boys, A2's in play.
I don't know. The desiccant packet is good for your competitive juices. Performance enhancer.
Makes them taste sweeter.
Right.
Just because Ben wanted to put the 100 on, you know?
Well, I'm sure. I mean, it's just a blind bet. It doesn't matter.
Here we go. JD mixing it up. 3-betting with the 6-5 of hearts.
Called in 2 spots, so he's going to play man in the middle with the betting lead. But it comes King 7-7 two-tone. Z-Fish connecting with the top pair. With Heath out of the way, quick call from Z-Fish, and JD is going to need a small card to continue the line. Top 2 now for Z-Fish. JD does not have a club or a spade, so potentially he could use this combo to continue. But I presume he's just going to shut it down. Sometimes not having the suits that are out there actually gives your opponent some more drawing hands that you could get to fold by the river, but definitely pretty spicy to just triple barrel with the 6 high, so he does shut it down. Z-Fish going to go for some value here. 950, the standard river size from Z-Fish tonight. JD will let it go.
I'm King 7.
I King 9.
I had King 7.
For real? I think so.
I had 7.
Well, we still thinking since we don't have the stats, Z-Fish, Walker, Bobby, probably Benham are still our big winners for the evening. As far as I know, Slick Rick probably down heaps. Trying to get some back.
JD, you want to chime in?
They're all great.
Oh, they're all good. Y'all gotta live here.
Except for that Aaron guy. Fuck that. No.
Aaron McAvoy.
Uh-oh.
You're talking about me.
I heard your name.
They're good when they're saying good things. They say my play's bad or weird. That's okay.
They were nice to me my first time. Of course, I was just donking my money off, but they were still generous about it. They didn't humiliate me any further than I don't even know myself.
That is definitely not why we're on the stream here. We definitely aren't here to humiliate.
Definitely not the intention. Top pair for both players here. Walker with no kicker, but a gut shot. He's going to make a call on the turn. Needs a 9, doesn't find it.
Yeah, weird spot because now Walker's kicker is improved with 2 pair.
Yeah, flush comes in though, so he not only loses to the sort of straights and full houses, trips, but now also a flush. Top pair definitely a hand worthy of calling down in a lot of spots, but here, I don't know. This feels like one of those ones you let go. Walker, though, really thinking it over. He does want to get rid of his nip button pretty badly, and he is going to go ahead and make the hero call. Shown the bad news.
What do you call that? Straight get there, flush got there?
Oh. Get paid and needle the man? Carlos.
How do you bet that, man? Straight got there?
Yeah, that's the thing, Bobby.
I'm dyslexic.
Carlos says he's
I
dyslexic.
don't know if that was a bluff or a value bet.
What the hell? Well, just like that, our boy RJ Dupree has now joined us in the booth. What's going on, Mr. RJ?
Word. What up, fellas?
Can you see it now?
Not much, man. Good to see you, my man.
Yes. How's the game tonight?
Fantastic. We have
Sweet.
seen a lot of fun plays. We've seen some big bluffs. A lot of the big bluffs that actually got called either because the player just like had the super nuts or made a good call. And it has not deterred the action though. People continue to bluff, and we've been having a good time. A little bit of smack talk even.
Okay.
Fun.
I'm a fan of smack talk.
There's a lot more.
Old school poker, bring it back.
Got a few stacks that are up over 20K. A lot of them have just been the add-on variety.
Yeah, it looked like Slick Rick over there rocking the short stacks with the big discs.
Yep.
He's playing limit poker over there with those half stacks.
Oh, he's definitely been playing no limit poker tonight.
Do the half stack guys drive you crazy like they do me?
They do sometimes.
Yeah, in a tournament when like they're taking up a bunch of real estate with like their small chips
Right.
all like in these small stacks, and they're like creeping over into my part of the table, that starts to tilt me a little.
I just start knocking them over a little bit, and then they'll move them.
Faux show.
Yeah, I'm usually not shy about being like, listen, bro, this is my space over here.
When I played Hustlers Max Pay Monday,
And you have 17 half stacks
I slow roll D shit out of
in a line.
Called my all in,
Get your shit right.
on the river.
Yeah, it's time to go vertical, bro.
Go vertical.
The all new.
Probably like third pair. I said ace high. He turns it over so confidently. I turn over the ace first, and then I show the king. Which
All right.
That's when we know it's Aaron's time.
yeah. You'd better just get me off the air here. I'm gonna go ahead and watch this last one go down as we've got a raise 75 and a bunch of calls. So 5
Here we
players
go.
to a flop.
Nobody likes to be slow rolled.
Queen high, couple of diamonds.
What a statement, Walker.
See who's landed.
I wonder
He
if the
asked
sky
why
is
was he
blue
mad. He asked why
and the
he
sun rises in the east.
I brought Eric a couple of leftover mini corn dogs from my dinner, so as a gift.
Oh, these are mini corn dogs. It says cheese curds.
I know. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. That's not cheese curd. They're mini corn dogs.
All right.
Is it just? Oh no. There's no.
You're not allowed to watch me eat them.
On here.
Damn, you want to just fold out?
There's a
All
couple.
right, Carlos, top pair. He's gonna make the call as Bobby bets the open ender.
Heart ball.
Corner pocket.
We have those dinner reservations like right now, you know? Yeah.
Big chunky lead here from Carlos. Full pot. And Bobby here still with just the up and downer, but perhaps unclear if a red card completing his straight will be good for him. He does let it go. Carlos will grab the pot. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way, let you boys finish it off. It's been a pleasure, and hope everybody enjoys the rest of the night. I'll see you guys in about a week.
All right,
So take care,
Ron.
everybody. Good night.
Be good, brother.
Sweet. We'll see you then.
Sounds good. Adios.
All right, well, just like that, it is the RJ and Eric show. That was Aaron McAvoy joining us from our Austin location. Soon to be new Austin location when they open up that new room.
That's right. I'm ready. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Sometime between now and 2059. They will have a new and
Gotta be
improved
getting
club.
close, baby.
It is getting close because we had somebody in the chat earlier say they just got hired to work at that new
Okay,
location.
that means it's showtime.
It was our boy Brock. He's going to be in the cage at the
Sweet.
new location.
Welcome aboard, Brock.
One of these times I have to, right?
Uh-oh, Slick Rick
I've been letting you for a while.
dominated Ace King versus Ace Jack for Walker.
Well, that made sense with the deuce.
Walker holding that ace of clubs here as we get a deuce 3-10, 2 clubs on the flop.
These two have tangled tonight quite a bit.
Four of clubs. Saw Slick Rick peek at his cards after Walker snap called him on the flop. Probably noticing that he had the ace of spades, not the club.
Yeah, Walker ain't mad at that turn card.
Bingo, bango, straight flush wheel.
Definitely is not mad at that river card.
Well, it's as nasty as it can possibly be for Slick Rick. You probably won't want to mess with this thing here.
You make Bobby blush. That's a hard thing to do. That's a hard thing to do.
Although he does have a wheel himself.
He likes to combo and masturbate.
Walker goes for 2K.
There's a lot of places that you can do that.
Shoot that shot like 2K.
Pick any sentence and
Oh.
add masturbate.
That's you. Aren't you getting a little old stuff?
No, dust does. When dust comes out, that's when I'll stop.
It will happen. My buddy told me nothing comes out but blue smoke. He's like 75.
Touche, Lottie.
Something to look forward to.
What's that?
That's something to look forward to.
Yeah.
It's a party trick.
Getting old is humbling. You know?
Now, Slick Rick kind of sighed to the sky when this 5 of clubs hit the river. He's way more sharp than I am. Ever will be, ever was. But I have a fun little rule that if I cuss the card, I'm probably just folding. And when I cuss the card and don't fold, I lose money.
You end up cussing yourself.
Exactly. It's a good rule to have.
I would add insult to injury when I got to go to the bathroom. First time I did that, one of my buddies texted me and said, you had pocket jack, and apparently there was 2 jacks on the board.
No way.
And there was barely a half until. I mean, I'm looking forward to watching it.
Boom.
Just be like, God damn it.
Executed perfectly by the rules of Duke. He cussed the card. He did make a fold. Nice fold.
I figured you'd pay with any club.
Avoids the $2,000 payoff there.
He says, I figured you'd pay with any club, and he would have if he had the 6 of clubs. He
Indeed.
sure as hell would have.
Or next to me, too.
He never has the 6 of clubs there, I don't think. No, because
He was wanting to make a hero call there, Ryan, and unfortunately
Oh, Walker,
for
shut up
Walker,
with your steel wheel.
he didn't get that call. But yeah,
What happened to your knit button?
I just got rid of it.
he's trying to get unstuck, maybe make a hero call, just not the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, he did have a wheel himself, but yeah, not a fun spot.
Not this one. Wow. I got good ideas. Check that out.
No, family pot brewing.
My boy down here to me. Went for this Pimpton. Oh, Bobby.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
There you go. Reminder in the chat from Streamlabs, help us get those likes up. If you haven't already, smash that like button.
We like smashing. Smash those likes.
Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. TCH streams out of Dallas, Austin, Houston, and now the Rio Grande Valley as well. You can always go back and check out all the old content, highlights, whatnot. A lot of cool highlight reels and old streams that you can catch up on.
Yeah, I've been talking to some folks at Las Colinas, so they've been watching some of the most recent Tuesday night streams, and they're having a good time with it. So it's cool to see those guys checking in and mentioning it when they see me at Las Colinas. So, yeah, it's been fun. You can go back as much as you want. I wish they were better in order, because sometimes even I get lost when I'm looking around in there trying to find something. Maybe I'm missing the order that they're in, but, yeah, sometimes I get lost a little bit, but definitely snoop around because it's cool. Check it out.
Bobby's got to feel good here. He's flopped middle set of sixes. Got Slick Rick leading into him for 500. He wastes no time, does Bobby. Raises it up to 2K. Slick Rick is left with nothing but a hope and a prayer with those backdoor opportunities, diamonds and straight opportunities.
Eventually, you got to push back on it, or he's going to run over me all night.
Raise my sheet, raise it, and stares at me.
There's that running over down there. Talking a little running over to the 8 seat. Run over smack. I like it.
Well, holy hell. We first hand of the night, we got our graphics on the bottom. Let's see if it'll get down there for all of our deals. We've got the pre-flop raise numbers down there.
We haven't seen our graphics?
No, our graphics have not been down there. It's told us what's supposed to be there, and then it doesn't show up. So we don't know who's winning and who's losing right now.
And I did hear someone mention that Rick is stuck.
Rick is stuck like Chuck.
Okay.
He bought back in for 20,000. I was playing 1-2 with him earlier today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you bust him up?
No. Everybody else at the table did. I was asking for a courtesy double up. He was just getting some poker under his belt before he came and joined the big boys up here. No set of sixes on this flop.
Yeah, the 1-2 streets ain't no joke. They will chop you up.
Yeah, yeah, with the $500 buy-in, if 4 or 5 bullets in, that's a buy-in in this game.
Right. Tim with the best of it here with that monster 10-3.
Yeah, you're not going to love that king on the turn, but fortunately it still is a safe card for him.
Z Fish picks up gut shot outs, which I guess he had in the first place. And he takes the lead with a queen.
That's funny.
Lady on the river.
That's my fault. I'm sorry.
He might put out a little something here.
I didn't know I was playing until like the day before.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I brought money just in case, but I didn't know I'd be able to.
Nobody wanted to bet when that king came out. Queen is now there. Good time to poke a little something at it. 400.
Poking a little something. 400, about 1/3 pot right here.
Yeah, you're right. I don't even know who their regs are right now.
Z Fish going to win a nice pot. 1,200 in profit there. It stacks up to almost 26.5K.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a pretty good heap over there. Got any idea where that stack sits?
Yeah, he's definitely got some chippies tonight.
He's on the good side?
He's on the good side tonight.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it's always good when they have $1 million game down the heated and everything's holding the field. But they're regular weekend players. None of the guys. I mean, Ronnie still plays. He's an interesting guy.
TCH Dallas still hopping out there. A whole room full of 1-2 action. 65 players tonight in the $300 Black Chip Bounty Tournament. 65 players on a Tuesday night. That put 3,500 up top.
Heck yeah. Sure, we got some PLO action going as well. Some 1-2-5.
Couple of 1-2-5 PLOs with some good stacks going on. And it looks like Becca's game over there still going on as well. So it's a rockin' Tuesday night right here at TCH Dallas.
Monotone flop here. Ace on the turn. So Z-Fish taking the lead now away from Walker. Everybody's got red cards. Nobody wants to hang around. Z-Fish going to take down another one. And there you go. 27,000 in his stack now.
Push it to the 7th seat.
All right, let's see. We got the VPIP numbers rocking now.
VPIPs.
Slick Rick playing 57% of hands pretty much. Voluntarily putting money in the pot. Carlos at 38. Z-Fish at 35. Tim, Benham, and Bobby kind of down there at the bottom at 25 and 24%.
Okay, looks like
everybody's over that Mendoza line though. Nobody's under 20%.
A lot of people in the 30s, and of course Rick looks like that 1-2 action got him fired up. Seeing some flops now. Look at this. Suited ace, 9, suited canuters. Let's go.
Are you a special little boy?
He's out of town right now?
Yeah, I didn't ask him where he was, but
He's all over the place.
I think we're going to see some face cards on this flop.
Subscribers, how you make money? Like total number of subscribers at any line?
Of the black variety.
Yeah,
Let's see.
that's what I was gonna say.
Nope.
Look at that, hearts come out.
Dead wrong.
It's what?
Big flop for the ace 10. Z-Fish with a heart draw.
At what point do you reach? Is it the
Carlos hating that board with 3 overs.
Tim's going to bet 300 here into 700. Z-Fish checking out the stack.
So you get paid every time an ad pops up. That's when someone gets paid.
Looking at the man's stack size to see if he wants to roll with this flush draw.
Because like some videos I get, like you can skip after 5 seconds and some I have to watch the whole 30 seconds.
I have YouTube Premium. I have no ads.
You have no, yeah.
You pay for $15 a month. All you're watching comes with no ads.
Z-Fish did elect to raise here, putting a little pressure on Tim and his 2 pair.
Yeah, not only Tim and his 2 pair, but Tim and his much shorter stack. Tim has not had a lot of opportunities to get it in, and this is an opportunity for him, and he's going to get it in.
He's going to get it in, and
Z-Fish doesn't want to gamble. Says that price is just a little too much for me to chase those hearts. Really surprised to see him just let it go.
I was surprised there a little bit too, but how cool is that he basically picked a number that he's like, that he was comfortable with, right? And once the ship was made, he's like, it's too much.
I'm comfortable losing this amount.
How many times have we done that in the 1-2 street or whatever? Well, we'll put that number in there, and then we go against it when we get the answer we didn't want to hear. And then we're like, oh, okay, let's go.
Or you just bet too much, and now you're like, now I can't fold.
Right, exactly.
I have maybe 20 to 25% to hit this card on the river, and now I got to put my whole damn stack in.
So really, that's kind of a big league maneuver there, the way he did that, because we would have messed that up.
Yeah, he bet an amount he was willing to let go and made a disciplined fold.
Yeah.
I still wanted to see what that dadgum river was.
Me too.
Turn and river.
Race it out.
Bobby got a couple of red 10s here. He's going to 3-bet JD's open.
What you got, Bobby? JD's going to have a suited ace here.
See if he plays back at him or just decides to call.
Rick called from the blind with his ace deuce.
Bobby has been on a little bit more on the snug side. JD's just going to make a call.
Rick's jumping in there with his...
He's playing the acey-deucey game.
He's going to need a bunch of deuces.
Hello, set of 10s.
Top set for Bobby.
1,000.
Just about 1,000, no biggie. About half pot here, so fairly standard size bet, but trying to get paid. There's just not a lot of holdings out there.
Yeah, semi-connected board. often you're going to want to slow play a top set type of hand, but a lot of turn cards could be real scary. Any 9, any 8 comes out there. Your opponents who just called you pre-flop, you know, could easily have those cards sneaking in there. A suited ace-9, king-9, some jack-9s. These players have been playing a little loose, so I don't blame him for wanting to put some money in there.
Sure, yeah. They've been seeing some turns.
Yep.
Get some money in there. Didn't work out that time. There's no holdings really to get after it with him.
Yeah, still charged his opponents. 700 each pre-flop, so pretty nice pot there for Bobby.
I think I would have liked to maybe downsize just a bit, throttle back, try to keep some folks in there, but ultimately there just wasn't the holdings there anyways.
If I had the same hand, that's probably the problem.
Z-Fish has my least favorite hand. Used to be my favorite.
I love it. Take them every time. Give me some aces.
I think I'm 2 out of my last 15 with aces. Running real good.
I feel like.
Now this is the spot you like when you get 3 and 4 bet when you have aces.
Hello. Hello, 753 bet from Rick.
$21,000 effective to start this hand. Couple ways to play this, obviously. Just flat him and let him hang himself.
He did bump it up.
Or pop it up.
Knows that Rick's in speed motor mind over there, so he's trying to instigate something here.
Almost 2K pre-flop, out of position with the ace-7 of hearts. Needs a lot of help here.
My wife went to bed already. That's really all I'm looking for right now, is that my wife is no longer watching.
Yeah, playing a dominated ace-deuce the last hand, dominated ace-7 here.
That's really all I want right now.
And no heart.
Not a 1. That's what kept happening to me yesterday.
I mean,
You really updates later.
If I had a suited ace, that was the flop I was getting.
I'll cross that bridge when I get there.
Yeah, wake her up when you get home.
Really, seriously. She's like, don't talk to me. You complain about this and that.
That's exactly what's going to happen. You're bitching about my spending.
Check.
Going and dropping 12 or 13 whenever I'm down.
Well, there's a 7.
My friend gave it to me. Bullshit.
Nothing would have changed for any Jack-10 type of hand.
It does give Rick a chance.
5% equity now.
I realized right when
You're saying there's a chance.
And here's the price that you're going to have to pay to hit your
Yeah,
chance.
Z-Fish right in this thing just in case you do have a chance.
Okay, so that's.
She's shopping tomorrow.
I'm in the hole quite a bit right now.
Oh, yeah, she's hard tomorrow.
The Amazon cart's going to be full tomorrorow. There'll be a lot of packages coming in the next couple markets.
Rick's got to be thinking, maybe he's just got the ace-jack suited, ace-king. And I've got him beat right now.
As a friend, you know?
Can I ever get a big bet through here?
Z-Fish has definitely played it to make his hand appear that way a little bit, but
Yep, and it's going to work.
it does instigate the action. Slick Rick will check raise to 3,900.
That's before you got married, right?
So that's going to put him, what, about 9,000 in this pot now?
I'm married like 5-ish years now, so. I think,
Now we're getting into
I think it was right before I got married.
Yeah, that makes sense.
PSR.
I think Z-Fish is putting together the list of potential suspect hands that could be beating him right now. The sets are all there.
And now he's deciding if he wants to raise or not.
The Jack-10 is there. Shouldn't be many combos of 2-pair that he should be up against.
Yeah, it's interesting when you're playing against an opponent that's kind of wide open. If Slick Rick were playing a little more snug right now, you would definitely want to maybe get it in there. But he just flats.
Z-Fish makes the call. Got to dodge a 7 here or a potential bluff. And there's a bluffing card.
Bluff card.
Rick can put him on an overpair. That is a nasty card for Z-Fish.
Now you do bring into play if your opponent had ace-jack for Z-Fish.
Yeah, almost 12,000 in this pot. Rick's either going to go for it all. Oh, it's a small bet.
Makes it look yummy.
4,200.
4,200 to that 4-liner. Probably not going to be enough to get Z-Fish off of aces here, but let's watch. It's not my 4,200.
It's not my 4,200 either.
Z-Fish trying to figure out why he got check raised on that turn.
Take your time, man.
I knew when that card rolled off that it was going to be just a dirty card. Especially for me. Like I said, I've not been running good with aces lately. I just always assume they're beat.
Right, and for Rick, Rick doesn't like that card either, but it's almost a penalty here if he doesn't go for it.
Yeah, you've got to go for it on that board.
And of course, at this point, at least Rick knows that it's a valid effort.
Yeah, and it's really just the any jack.
Doing a little math, a little inventory. About 11K out there before that bet of 4,200.
God, he had it in his hand. Which one is he going with, the left or the right hand? Left or right? Oh, he goes with the right hand, and Slick Rick gets it through with the ace-7.
Nasty.
Woo! Here we go. Finally got our numbers up, folks.
There we go.
And after that hand, Slick Rick is only down 4.7K. Z-Fish is now just up a 1-2 amount, 260 bucks.
Ah, let's go play some 1-2.
Walker up 11.
There we go, Walker and Benham.
Benham up 7.
Up in the penthouse.
Bobby
tonight.
up 7K. And Tim and Z-Fish up 650 and 260. Wow, what a hand for Slick Rick.
He's back in the
like
chat.
we said, if you're gonna get after like he did on that turn there, on that river, and that card, you have to take a shot.
It is a penalty if you don't.
And for Z-Fish, like we said, that's not our 4,200 bucks that he was going to have to make that call. He really wanted to make the call and just couldn't do it, couldn't pull the trigger. Nasty, nasty board for aces. 3 of clubs on that river. He's flicking that sucker in.
He's got it, yeah. Well played by both players, really. Trying to figure out why he check raised that turn. There's a whole lot of holdings that could check raise that turn with a 6 or a jack.
Yep. Those two players tonight have had our top 2 hands. They both hit 3 6s on a river. It was a boat for Z-Fish. Slick Rick ripped it on the river with just the ace-6 against the 7-6 of Z-Fish. Got felted. And then that hand right there was a sick one. Slick Rick coming out on top. Awesome, Sean. We're going to say thank you to you because I think you willed that sucker to happen. even though it did happen 15 minutes ago. But yeah, what a hand to walk into, Sean.
Fun one. Thanks for bringing the heat, Sean. King 9's got all the equity here.
Carlos
going after it.
Yeah, he's repping the 5-4 here. Seafish is like, do I have to fold top pair again?
Do I feel like I'm in the folding mood again? It's awful tough to be in the folding mood twice.
You gotta hate money.
Speaking of hating money, let's make the call here and see what he's got. And it's a winner.
All
for
right,
Z-Fish.
little rebate,
There
little
we go.
rebate. Seafish now up 2K. Look at that.
There we go.
One hand later.
Little rebate. Definitely helps take the sting off a little.
Yeah, Phony, I'm right there with you as far as after all the tanking, the decisions. You know, he counted the pot. He looked
I thought
he
was
looked at
going
his
for it.
hand.
That's when he started to go for it.
That's when I thought he had the money in his left hand. I thought, hey, he's just going to flick it in. He's going to say to hell with it. Here's 20K coming back to me.
Yeah, that was a fun hand. We definitely got to see him go through all the emotions for sure.
But like we said, not our 4.2K.
Yeah.
Raise to 75.
You know, the man's ego, not just Z-Fish, but men in general, we have that ego, and sometimes we just want to be right in everything in life, of course.
He's still a little crushed, even after the stinger pot there that he picked up. He's still thinking about it. You can see it. And of course, Rick over there smiling and having a good time, cutting it up now. And yeah, amazing how those big pots make you feel a little different for that lap of the button. It's funny, I always try to pick up on that a little bit. Just in the 1-2 streets or 2-5 streets when people hit a big pot and they haven't said a word in an hour, and all of a sudden they're
smiling,
talking,
happy,
and chit-chatting with their neighbors and chit-chatting with the dealers. Yeah, it's always a fun spot.
But then we also love our players like Bobby here in the 3-seat, who's just talkative and happy all the time.
Yeah. Dude, poker used to be a lot of that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, now we're so used to social media, cell phones, and ear pods that it's almost a minority now. But, man, poker was more beautiful, frankly, when...
Oh, more beautiful.
When cell phone and ear pods, not much of it.
Oh, yeah. When the backpack and hoodie brigade comes in with the glasses and the headphones on, yeah, it's not always that fun.
You had to chit-chat. You had to pay attention. You had to not get bored. You know, that was all part of the game and a giant part of it. Now if you get bored, you can just throw in a movie and fold for a couple hours.
The only one I know is the one in Edwards Ranch in Fort Worth. That's Neiman Marcus. That's a new one, yeah. That's not a. I don't think it's Nordstrom's. I think it's
the old one was over on Beltline and
You say so?
I mean, that's the original.
Now you got a group of men at a poker table talking about Neiman Marcus and Nordstrom's.
Got to go shopping for the gals.
I'm gonna trust you on this.
Original one was down.
Back when I was married, for the Christmas, for the kids.
For kids.
Bobby said he went there a couple moons ago. It's been a few moons since he'd been there.
I mean, am I buying my kid a Gucci cape?
Maybe.
A little Gucci tiara?
That's what the wife thinks that she would look good in. Right?
This is how Walker was just raised. I don't know.
Neiman Marcus was not how Walker was raised.
That's a great sentence.
He does.
That's That's the meanest thing that's been said at the table. That's the meanest shit I've heard all night.
If I didn't talk as much shit as I did, I might have a problem with that.
He said Walker was raised in Neiman Marcus.
It feels like something JD would say.
I was raised more in Mervyn's and Ross.
Yeah. Shoot.
Marshalls.
We got TG and Y. I was lucky.
You know, he's slinging money around. What is he, like 20?
I still don't know how to spell Neiman and Marcus.
I bet you can at least get the Marcus part right. I'm giving you a little bit of credit, Okie.
I'll let you know when it's time to invest, JD. Yeah.
I'm not going to prove you wrong.
I know
Ike, let's have a spelling contest.
Maybe poker's not your game.
Maybe poker's not your game. Well, here's some fun hands.
Let's go. See some flops. 3s, 5s, suited canooter, 7, 8, queen, jack, king, queen.
Even the Jackie Robinson offsuit's getting in there for 150, but let's see if JD doesn't pop this sucker up. Say, let's play for more.
That would be 42.
JD says, let's play for Yo 11. This time, Yo 1100.
1100, that's a little bit of a bump.
Slick Rick is in effort mode. He's going to come along with
good to see the sizing bumping up here in the last hour.
I'm going to say it now. Benham's going to regret it. Folded the pocket 5s.
Okay, here it comes. Yeah, that's easy.
And then there were 2.
Ace 7, 9.
Well, I stand corrected.
Rainbow. Boring. What is that? But
Slick Rick. 73% equity after hitting a 7, bottom pair. He's going nowhere.
And that ace out there to put a little heat on both of them. They'll try to figure out if their opponent has one or not.
Backdoor spades for JD. Backdoor clubs and straight opportunities for Slick Rick. Which backdoor straight opportunities for JD as well. There's a fun card.
Ooh, hello, double gutter.
The 8 would be dirty. 2 pair for Slick Rick, straight for the J Diggles.
Yeah, that puts a little 4-liner out there, so might give him a chance to get away, but it would definitely be dirty. It's always an interesting spot here. JD's under right now. When you make that bet on the flop, you get the call that you really don't like, but you pick up equity on that turn, and then how do you want to handle it? This time he's handling it pretty chunky. He's going to bet it up 3,500 now. Every time I try to make that bet, picking up equity on the turn.
Look at this, 3,500 and a call from Slick Rick. Just bottom pair.
Who's going to make a straight? Slick Rick is open-ended himself there with the 8.
These two love to battle against each other.
Big old brick.
The brick we wanted.
So now JD knows he's going to have to bet here. 11,000 in the pot.
Against the arch rival, the young buck. He called me for 3,500 on that turn.
Hefty betting on the turn.
Probably trying to come up with the right sizing here. Is it a jam or nothing? Or can you go like 3/4 pot?
Yes, I think he's going to try about the same. Yeah, well, or maybe not. He's reaching for a bunch. Okay, he's just counting there.
Little chip inventory.
Seeing if he's got about 4,500 to bet here. That's what he wants to do, but he's also thinking, is that enough? Taking a long time here to make this action.
Checks.
Checks it. Concedes. Now, Slick Rick wondering if he has to bluff to win this pot, but he will concede as well. We'll go to a showdown. 7 good.
Second time.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Rick's going to take down a hand with a pair of 7s. Of course, last time it was by putting in a big bluff.
I didn't know what combination, but I had him on an 8.
And of course, that was a pot that was 3-bet to 1,100. Narrowed it down to just the 2 heads-up players there. And Slick Rick making that call on the turn for 3,500.
Woo!
Gets JD to shut down.
Couple of fun ones here in the last hour. Some massive 3-bets pre and some massive bets being called on the turn. Let's go.
Vavoom says, I was talking to a guy the other day who said Tombstone isn't even a top 10 Western. Well, there's a number of things I hope you said to that guy. And
yeah.
One of it is, are you just going to stand there and bleed?
Yeah.
The other is skin that smoke wagon.
Skin that smoke wagon and see what happens.
See what happens.
It's got to be one of the most quoted Westerns there is, at least for our generation. I'm sure, back in the day, there was probably a lot more Westerns that were quoted, in the 60s or whatever, our parents or whatever.
Right.
But for our generation, I mean, it's numero uno.
Check. Check.
It's like playing cards with my brother's kids. So many lines in that movie.
It's so good they made the same movie twice in that other one, and it's the good one. Like Tombstone is the good one. It's the one that dominated the other one. Wyatt Earp. No one really watched Wyatt Earp.
Bet. 375. Well.
I steal, not steal.
Not a pair.
Walker's V-Pip, we will have to find here
I thought
in
he
a
was
second.
second.
Pocket pair. Shitty ass pair.
But there you go.
I didn't say it was a good one. I just
Walker in the seat 1 is up 10.7K, so he's definitely picked his spots tonight. There you go. 6 players in the profit. JD, Carlos, and Heath all down a good chunk. 5, 8.7, and 14.9 down there for Heath, who I thought was going to have a killer night, rocking that purple TCU Horn Frog
Yeah,
purple.
looks like a TCU fan over there in the 9 seat. Here's a hand. Carlos with the kings. Just a call. Setting them up. I got to deal poker to a guy that was in Tombstone one time. I think he was Creek. There was a guy named Creek. Watch it here, Creek.
I'm not familiar with that tribe.
Bet. 500.
He was one of the little backup guys. They had a small thing.
I believe we've got a jack on this flop, and that's going to be a fun one here as we've got Carlos with the big overpair. 2 people flopping top. Tim and Slick Rick flopping top pair.
Now Carlos going to jump out there with 500 into this. What do you do there? He overbet a little bit, right?
You bet 500.
Into like 400.
Yeah.
All right.
Pot, just over pot.
Puts off alarms for Slick Rick. He's out of there. So Carlos holding the king of diamonds.
1300.
This time a pot size bet. Tim's like, what the heck's going on here? Thought I liked this flop.
Wow, Carlos going to take that down. Got two guys with top pair to fold there. Wowzers.
Takes down a little cheese, 1,200 in there or so, 13-ish.
We on hand number 122. Been a great night so far. Thanks for everyone who's still tuning in.
Cruising tonight.
Just shy of 200 of you guys and gals. We've had a seat from India. We've got some folks from across the pond. We've got Michigan, St. Louis, Georgia tonight, Austin.
Nice. What's up? What's up to everyone out
St.
there
Louis.
all across the land? All across the globe. You know, when I did my little sports talk podcast, I'll still piddle around with it once in a while, but I looked at my graphics and stuff one time, and apparently I'm famous in Spain.
España.
I didn't even know. So that's cool.
You're a real David Hasselhoff.
Yeah, they love me.
I think he was big in Germany.
El Casa de Amor. 9-8 centro. That's all I got.
Check, check. Benham's going to take that one down, 675 in profit.
Adding 675 to his profit. So he's been a little quiet since I got here, but he's there's no better time to go quiet when you're just comfortably up a little bit.
And no surprise there on that last statistic, the aggression frequency. Slick Rick up top, 39%. I'm sure he would have been way up earlier on in the night as he was super aggressive early on. Really putting some folks to the test.
Came in cranking.
He has got himself unstuck.
Ready to entertain the masses.
I didn't know where his night was going to go when he reloaded for, I think, the third time and put a couple of bands out there, was in for another 20K on top of what he was already
well,
down.
I'm going to have to bump this up a little bit.
Yep. But he has put in work and done some battling.
I call the win the lose. I can never fucking craft, blackjack, anything.
You go to Vegas? You go to Vegas very much?
Bobby with the best of it here.
I mean, a lot more before I had
His opponent finally picks up a 7 here. Some
Yeah, no, I haven't. I've only been once, but it was a good time.
Seafish might make a little speculative call, and he does. Bobby's going to show him the jiggities.
Jack's good.
Jacks are good for Mr. Bobby.
We'll see how much I actually work.
I could imagine that would be a problem.
Here's our pre-flop raisin. Look at Heath down there at 3%. Slick Rick up there at 37%. So very card dependent.
Very card dependent. I would say Heath and Benham, since I arrived, I mean, they've been looking at Jack 3.
Yep.
We've all been there. That's not very fun.
Yeah, Heath was in some big pods, you know, tonight. A lot of it just was out of his control, or some moves he tried to make post-flop, but not a lot of big premiums. He did walk away from pocket jacks. Walked away during the knit button game, had 2 jacks in his hand. Flops a jack, turns a jack.
That just adds to your card deadness, right?
So his friends and family are going to have to tell him when he gets home that he would have had quads in that.
Well, Z-Fish is going to go after some quads here. He's making it 250. Oh, excuse me. No, Tim raised to 250. Now it's on Z-Fish, and he has king.
Couple of kings. There's another.
Uh-oh, Slick Rick with suited ace. He's on his best behavior this time. He lets his suited ace go.
to get my sea legs under me. Huh?
Well, the 7-9 of clubs was folded. The pocket deuces were folded.
Yeah, the fact that they're
Ace nines of hearts from Rick.
850, just a little too pricey for those hands, so we are heads up.
Very similar to the last predicament he got himself in, but he didn't want to try it again.
Look at the pocket deuces.
Duck, duck, deuce.
Would have had Z-Fish in some big trouble.
Who was deuces?
I believe it was Benham or Bobby.
Okay, over in that corner.
Yep.
They just won't comp your next trip.
As it is, no danger to Z-Fish here with Tim and his Queen Jack.
If they yanked it away from me just because I didn't want to play for whatever reason, like I would.
There's the VPIP numbers. Walker's at 27%, so yeah, he's just been a little card dead himself the last little bit. Slick Rick still far and above everybody else at 57%, just shy of 60%.
Firing away 7 right there. I like it.
He is putting money in pots tonight and got himself unstuck. Pretty damn impressive. You were here for the first couple hours. It was not going well for Mr. Slick Rick.
And how much are you going to lose on the cruise?
You could have went anywhere in the world.
Here we go. A little big slick for Heath. Finds himself some holdings. He's going to 3-bet, $400 to go.
Yeah, not a big 3-bet. Just makes it 400.
Just says, I'm here, guys. Got a little something. Of course, outflopped here by
no one.
Pardon me, no one.
Definitely needs to continue.
There we go. He'll bet 800 and pick a little something up.
Double the sizing of his bet, took it down.
I thought the holdings were something different there for Z-Fish. So pardon me.
Well, we're going to have 2 more hands, and then we'll get back to the flipping business, and we're going to get out of your hair.
Say it ain't so.
Reminder, though, starting tomorrow here in Dallas, the even bigger one, the Mas Grande. 2 flights tomorrow, goes all the way through Saturday. Everybody that makes it to day 2 will be on Sunday. You'll be in the money. That's 10% of all fields. Make it to day 2. 30K starting stack, 250K is the guarantee. We're going to crush that sucker, even with the WSOP stuff going on at Choctaw.
You don't have to drive up there this weekend to find a phenomenal tournament. Best monthly tournament in all of Texas, possibly all of the country, right here at TCH Dallas. $300 buy-in, 50K up top at least.
50, 60, 70K up top.
It's been up there.
Come on out. I may fire a bullet tomorrow, hoping to make it to day 2 on Sunday. The final table will be Monday night.
I will not. I'm grounded.
You're grounded?
Actually, I'm working like the next several days. I'll be working the event. You can come say hi to me Thursday, Friday here at Dallas. So I'll be around. Say hello.
Will do. Got a fun one here. A couple of calls for 225. Z-Fish gonna 4-bet it to 1250.
Easy. It was just like
Wins $675.
Easy peasy. You know, all of us poker players have been this way that I'm about to talk about, but I had a meeting this morning with my poker manager, and I fired him. He's fired. Slick Rick is positive now, $520.
Slick Rick's stack is almost 32,000, and he is up $500. That's got to feel good compared to where he was early on.
So let's see, down in the basement we have Heath and Carlos. JD down about 5,600 tonight. Walker and Benham still up there in the penthouse.
He's all in for that.
Flipping for stacks?
Yeah.
Raise 200.
Wow. How about some aces on the final hand of the night? Hold'em hand.
Oh, that time?
Walker.
I said, oh, that time?
Who has him here? Heath does. All right, Heath needs a pot. Let's go.
He jokingly said it was all in or nothing with aces earlier. He said 5,000.
Yeah, it wasn't 5,000, so it's obviously like jacks.
Right.
It's not aces or kings.
He didn't show it either.
Don't
He
show him
told
a
him he was
thing.
only playing aces or kings, and it was going to be 5,000 or nothing. So he fibbed a little bit.
One more?
Wait, one more flip or one more hand?
One more hand? Yeah.
More hands.
Yeah.
One more hand, okay.
All right, bonus hand. Let's do it.
Bonus round, engage.
I like it.
Small blind wins on a flip.
Uh-oh. Little card flew out there.
Those little boogers are slick. I think I have a dealing session here next week.
Fantastic.
So yeah, I'll get to throw those little slick boogers around. You guys take it easy on me in the chat.
You gonna be on the stream next week?
Yeah.
All right. I heard it's gonna be a fun one.
Oh.
Mark Wee was in the chat earlier.
Okay.
Said wait for it. So.
Oh dear, we might.
Could we have a not Mark sighting?
Yeah, wait, it's been a while. We need to see not Mark on the stream.
Here we go.
Okay, with the bonus hand, we got 10s on the button.
Red tanks.
Check.
Checks to him, and look at that. Ace on the flop.
Ace, queen, 9. Check to her.
Yeah, if it's not a 4-liner, he
Does Carlos have it? Yeah, he does have the 10 of diamonds.
It's alive.
King ball.
It's dead.
2 pair for Bobby.
And he bets.
Carlos says hell with that.
Bet a measly 300 there trying to get paid, and Carlos says no, thank you.
Dose pair for Bobby.
250.
And they're going to do an Omaha flip while she's getting that sucker ready. One more reminder. We'll be doing this for the next couple weeks until August 20th. Reminding everybody,
here we go.
18 events coming with the Poker Atlas Tour to both TCH Social and TCH Dallas. $2 million in guarantees. 18 different events, August 20th through September 3rd. Come on out. Poker Atlas does an amazing job with these tours, and it's going to be here again. A lot of fun, all kinds of poker.
Played in that main last year, and it is a fantastic event.
They got the big main event. Of course, it opens with a $500K event. It's going to end with a $1 million event. They got a seniors event. I know Mitch and a lot of other folks that are over 50 are going to be playing in that sucker.
Mitch definitely qualifies.
Yes, he does.
Sorry, buddy.
Here we go. Who's going to take home this 2250? 3 sixes. Carlos. Got to play 2 cards.
I see king, king, 6.
You need a 4 and a 9.
King 6, king 6.
Oh.
Are there 2 king 6s? Are you kidding me? There are 2 king 6s?
I can't see it.
That looks like a king 6 and a king 6.
Oh, they're in the, who is that, 2 or 1?
Well, looky there. Slick Rick and Carlos going to chop that 2,200 up. Going to put some profit in Slick Rick's name and help Carlos get a little unstuck. Doug R. shouting out the seniors, saying, let's freaking go. Yes, thanks everybody again for tuning in. There were still almost 200 of y'all. We just hit hour number 5, so it is a wrap. But
y'all the real MVPs. Thank you, guys.
y'all are the real MVPs. Thank you very much. We are freezing cold in here, RJ and I.
A little chilly.
We've had a blast tonight watching this live stream. Hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. We will see you guys maybe Monday night. RJ, you'll probably be
I
in
will
the
be
booth.
here Monday night. I'll see you Monday night, and then we'll be back together at least Tuesday night.
Heck yeah. Hopefully, I will make a run and maybe be on the final table. You get to commentate my dumb ass.
Do
But
it.
Until
Do it.
then, we are out, guys and gals. Thank y'all so much for joining us.
All right, good night.